I don't see Lillian. I don't hear Lillian.
She's there.
Good morning, everyone. Before we start, please select your preferred language by clicking on the interpretation icon in Zoom. Accédez à votre langue préférée en cliquant sur l'icône interprétation dans Zoom. Welcome to today's conference. I am Lilian Mansour, Professor of Modern Languages and Literatures and Faculty Lead for Latin American and Caribbean Research at the University of Miami Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas. I am also a founding member of INURED's Scientific Committee. My studies and personal life take me often to Quillota, Chile, a small city of about 90,000 inhabitants, which is an important agricultural center between Santiago and Valparaiso. Since 2011, over 1,000 Haitian migrants have moved to Quillota. I am close to various organizations, especially women's organizations with whom I collaborate and where our students have done summer internships. These organizations have worked with the leaders of the Haitian migrant community there, developing Spanish classes, workshops about health and domestic violence, and about labor rights. Still, Haitians are subjected to labor precarity and daily racism, as demonstrated by the many articles that my colleagues at the Universidad de Playa Ancha have written across these years. The conference today will help us understand precisely Haitian migration to Latin America after the 2000 earthquake in relation to social, political, economic, and environmental crisis in Haiti, as well as what is causing the current migratory crisis at the US border and US response to it. Our hope is that at the end of this conference, we'll be better prepared to propose actionable recommendations. Before we move on, I would like to thank our main sponsors. This conference started as an emergency initiative from UM's Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas and INURED, with the support of UM Center for Global Black Studies and the Global Health Program. It is co-sponsored by Florida International University's Latin American and Caribbean Center and UM Law School Human Rights Clinic, as well as MEDEC, UK Research and Innovation, the Family Action Network Movement, Haitians United Council, Haitian Women's Collective, Haitian American Foundation for Democracy, Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti, Observatoire Citoyen de l'Action des Pouvoirs Publics en Haïti, and soon to the Border Coalition. We would like to thank all of you for your support and co-sponsorship. And next, Dr. Leonidas Vacas, Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, and Dr. Felicia Canal, Director of UM Institute of Advanced Studies for the Americas, will say a few words of welcome. Dean Vacas, you're on mute.
All right, thank you for reminding me. Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. Our role as members of the University of Miami is to transform the lives of our students, and through our scholarship and outreach service, improve the world we all inhabit. The conference today helps us move forward towards this cause. The Haitian crisis that has reached US and other borders is an opportunity for us, higher education institutions, to rethink how to address the root causes of mass migration and xenophobia. As a university with global outlook, we have brought together some of the most knowledgeable experts who have worked with or on behalf of the Haitian community in Haiti, Miami, the US, and abroad. This symposium will also address the recent history and socio-political context of the Haitian crisis from different angles and through a human rights lens that explores beyond what we have experienced recently at the US-Mexico border. Let me finish by congratulating the organizers and my colleagues, particularly Ernst, Lillian, and Tony, who have put together an excellent group of panelists. I look forward to the presentations and discussion. Thank you for your participation in this conference. And next, Dr. Felicia Knoll will welcome you on behalf of the University and UMIA.
Thank you, Dean Bacchus. Welcome, bienvenue a tout le monde, bienvenidos a todas y a todos. Today, we are very thrilled as the University of Miami's Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas to be collaborating and supporting in some small way what is the work of so many of you. I want to in particular thank Dr. Lillian Mansour for spearheading these efforts. She is doing amazing work only a few weeks into her new role at the Institute as our faculty research fellow and lead for Latin American studies. And it's truly an honor and a pleasure to have you with us and holding us to task running forward. I also want to thank Herns Marcelin, Luis Herns, for all that you do. This is not the first time we've collaborated, but it is quite amazing how you combine academia and your work on the ground and your constant work to guarantee that in particular, our Miller School of Medicine is engaged with the work in Haiti and through INURED. You have an impressive agenda. It has been quite amazing to see how this has grown over the last few days and weeks. I think Lillian thought that we were organizing something very small, and I have seen her grow to the task with Herns, which is what was required for a subject that is so important in so many different ways. The theme of today's conference, the images that we saw on horseback, the rains, those struck each and every one of them. Each person around the world who saw those, each of us, were shocked, as we should have been and continue to be. But what we witnessed at the US-Mexico border on screen and through social media was not a singular event, but rather the result of very ongoing and very complex crises in Haiti. The drivers of migration, the sorts of things that I normally work on, are what is at the heart of this: poverty, inequality, and a nation that is repeatedly struck by natural disasters, yet a nation that, as Paul Farmer recently shared, is so full of resilience and spirit that when we see hurricane after hurricane, we see people moving forward. But the investment that is required to guarantee a better shared future is just not there from us all as a region. Regional institutions, US and other national governments need to step up and do a much better job to address this issue and the drivers, and to invest in the development that is required to change the poverty that is the story of this nation. UMIA exists precisely to explore and examine critical issues facing countries in our region of Latin America and the Caribbean. And what is happening in Haiti is of critical importance to us, not only because this is the poorest nation in our region, but because of all of the individuals of Haitian and Haitian origin that reside in South Florida and in the United States. Haiti has been and will continue to be a very important part and at the core of the university's and the institute's work. I hearken back to spring 2017, an event with UMIA organized with Herns focused on Haiti's recovery after Hurricane Matthew. And we are so pleased, as I said, to be supporting and working with you again. We continue to be engaged through a number of research efforts, including with our Lancet Commission on Violence Against Women and Violence Against Children, in work that's led by Didi Bertrand Farmer and Partners in Health. We are going to continue, and I hope that many of our students from PIH Engage are with us at least part of today, because we are going to continue to support and mentor them in the important work that they do, but also in the training and learning that Dean Bacchus mentioned. Last week, we had an incredible event, which was the presentation by Rhoda Moise of her research work that won the Barrett Prize, work on the trials and difficulties women faced with cervical cancer in Haiti. We will continue to support research like that to the extent that we can. And of course, this fits perfectly, as it should, with the President's Initiative on Migration that is led by the renowned Dr. Alejandro Portes, with whom we will be working and continuing to work as part of the Institute. The event is an example of what I have to call the sweet spot between academics, policymaking, and advocacy. And when evidence comes together with action is when we have to believe that we will see change. That is what you've achieved in what you've organized today, Lillian and Herons, with all of you. And we look very much forward to the work going forward, to the reports, and to mentoring and to continuing to train our students and undertake, facilitate, and support your research. Welcome again, bienvenue. And we, again, applaud you for all that you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Felicia. And I thank everybody and for being here. The time is running fast, and I really will be shortening my introductions just because I need Dr. Sela to give you an overview of the socio-historical context of Haitian migrants and migration. But I want to say that today, the overarching question for us is to question the kind of images and the kind of narratives that we have been saying. What are the histories and the stories behind those images and those flows of migrant that we are seeing? To what context that they are connected with Haitian systemic crisis, institutional crisis that is crippling Haiti? And what is the role of US policy and international policy in feeding into or shaping this crisis? So I will not stay for long because we need to have the presentation. I will say that we have to keep in mind, I say that to the panelists and the attendees, that we have to keep in mind that we have here the officials from the White House, officials from the State Department, USAID, and Homeland Security. And these officials are listening to what is going on. And the point for us is not to tell truth to power, because power already know the truth. The key point for us is to know under what conditions, with what we know, we can transform and address the way that the United States engage Haiti and help address the crisis that it is in. Dr. Sela is going to do an introduction, a rapid introduction to tell you the story of the work that INURED and the Inter-University Institute for Research and Development has been doing for the last 3 years, following Haitian migrants since the aftermath of the earthquake from 2010 until today. Dr. Sela, go ahead.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining us. So I'm going to give you a brief synopsis of post-earthquake Haitian migration to Latin America. In 2010, Haiti suffered multiple crises. In January, we had an earthquake that took the lives of more than 200,000 and internally displaced over 1 million. And 9 months later, in October, UN soldiers brought cholera to Haiti, leading to an epidemic that would last a decade and would take about 10,000 lives and also infect more than 820,000 in Haiti. In that context, living conditions became unbearable for many Haitians who sought to out-migrate to other countries. And particular contextual factors led to many being lured towards Brazil. First, we have the Brazil led the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti from 2004 to 2017. So there were many intermediaries and interlocutors representing Brazilian companies that were looking for low-skilled and manual labor, as there was a labor shortage in Brazil at that time. Brazil was also preparing for the 2014 World Cup and 2016 Olympic Games, and so there were a lot of infrastructure projects that required manual labor. However, by 2015, 2016, there was an economic downturn, unemployment rise to over 12% in Brazil, and Haitians began to lose their jobs and had to look elsewhere. One of the places they looked to was Chile, which is Brazil's neighbor. However, even at that time, Haitians began the migration northward towards the United States. Back in Chile, which had favorable migration policies up until about 2018, Haitians were able to migrate both from Brazil, from Chile, from Haiti, as well as from the Dominican Republic to Chile in search of work opportunities. However, in 2017, Sebastián Pinera is elected president, and in 2018, he assumes office. And in response to a 7% increase in the migrant population consisting of Colombians, Venezuelans, and Haitians, instituted restrictive migration policies. Now, Haitians in particular posed a problem for Chile because it was the first time in their history that they had a large Black population. Therefore, there were targeted policies for Haitians, such as institution of a tourist visa that required that it be secured in Port-au-Prince, as well as a humanitarian flight initiative in which Haitians could opt to self-deport at the government's expense, but they would have to sign a declaration stating that they would not return to Chile in at least 9 years. So as a result of that, and then with the COVID-19 pandemic that affected the region's economy, Haitians no longer had job opportunities and had to look elsewhere once again. And many of them continued the trek north towards the United States. In closing, I really want to just highlight 3 factors that I think that are important for us to reflect on during our discussions today. As we've recently learned, Inuit has been researching this for over 2 or 3 years now. Most of the migrants at the US-Mexico border were not coming directly from Haiti. They were migrants from South America, particularly Brazil and Chile. We need to be mindful that when they left Haiti, the majority of them, was between 2010 and 2017. And at that time, the living conditions in Haiti were relatively better than they are today, given the crises that we are confronted with. So we need to understand that the decision to migrate or for onward migration is not only informed by economic opportunities elsewhere, it's also informed by the ability to return home or not to return home. The second point I think we need to highlight is that the narratives about migrants that date back to the Ronald Reagan administration, the George Herbert Walker Bush administration, that views Haitian migrants as solely economic migrants is something that we need to problematize. A large majority of the population, migrant population in South America are high school graduates, university graduates. What we are really looking at is people making rational decisions about their futures. Do they have a vision for a future for themselves in Haiti and for their children? And that's why my second point is important, because we're not talking about people who are getting on a boat and coming to the shores. We're talking about people who are trekking over 5,000 to 7,000 miles across 10 countries that they must traverse with precarious status. And they are subject to sexual assault, physical violence, exploitation that I cannot get into, and I hope that our panelists will. And this is with children in tow, including pregnant women. So we cannot relegate this to economic migrants. That discussion is something we need to problematize. And the final point I want to make is that this large wave of migration is happening with a reconstruction effort in the backdrop. In 2010, there was a reconstruction effort launched after the earthquake. $13 billion have been donated to, invested in aid to Haiti as a result of that earthquake. This reconstruction effort was slated to last years, if not decades. We're only 10, 11 years out from those investments, and thousands of Haitians are taking this route to the United States, to Dominican Republic, Chile, etc., Brazil, and saying that despite this $13 billion investment, they cannot live in their homeland, where they are leaving loved ones behind, family members, everything that is familiar to them, their culture, their music, their food. These are some of the things we need to consider because, as has been stated, what we're seeing at the US-Mexico border is a symptom of a much broader problem that is rooted in the Haiti crisis and the relationships and interventions and actions of so-called allies and international partners in Haiti. And with that, I will turn to panel 1. Thank you.
So I have to remind everybody that time is a challenge. So we do whatever we can in order for us to maintain a strict respect of the time that is allocated for each panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to say good morning to everyone, and thank you so much to Inuit, to the Institute for hosting this very, very important conversation today. I am incredibly honored to be a part of this conference and this conversation that we're having this morning and throughout the day. My name is Marie-Gerda Nicola. I am a professor in the University of Miami in the School of Education and Human Development. I am a psychologist by training. I am been doing work in Haiti for the last 28 years. Once a month, I'm in country. I was in country during the last earthquake, and I just came back from country last week, where I was for a couple of days as well. I'd like to welcome all of you to the first panel, which is on post-2010 earthquake migration in the Americas, human rights and diaspora organization responses. I am super, super proud to be on this panel with some of our amazing, amazing pillars in this community and who are warriors in terms of this particular topic that we are focusing on today. I am joined by Representative Marie Paul Woodson, who's our Florida House of Representative, representing 101 district. I'm also very happy to be joined by Marlene Bastien, who is the executive director of Family Action Network Movement, what we often, all of us known as FAM. I'm also super excited to also join with Pedro Rios, who's part of the American Friends of Service Committee. Our friends Carolyn Rose Avila, who's a part of Zoom to the Border Coalition. My colleague Johnson Napoleon, who's president of Azure College, and my colleague Caroline Bettinger Lopez, who's at the Human Rights Clinic here at the University of Miami. And so really, we're gonna get right to it. As Ern says, time is really short. But as you're listening for this first panel here, I wanna make sure that you as our audience, excited that you are joining us for this conversation this morning, that you're paying attention to some key things, because the focus of this panel is to ensure that you understand the challenges and what's happening for our Haitian brothers and sisters at the border, and what is their current fate right now, in terms of Homeland Security officials and so forth. And then we're really hoping that you leave us with an understanding of the organizations, the work that Haitian organizations and others are doing around this particular area. And then lastly is really to think about specific recommendations. What actions can we take at this particular moment? As you heard Marcin said, we already know, the power at be, and so speaking truth to power is not necessary at this time, but really understanding the specific actions that we must take as a collective is really, really key. And so with that, I'm gonna start my first question, and I'm really by going to Marlene and Representative Woodson and maybe Carolyn. And I'm asking this question specifically to these three panelists to begin, because I would love for you to share a little bit about your experience of the human rights and advocacy organization work at the border, the interactions with U.S. authorities and the migrant themselves, really walking us through what you saw. Because I know Representative Woodson, Marlene, you were there at the border. Love for our folks to get a chance to hear from your experiences. What were some of the challenges that our Haitian migrants are facing at the border at this particular moment? So with that, I'm going to start with Marlene Bastien, if you don't mind, Marlene.
Good morning, Dr. Nicola. Good morning to all participants. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Maslin, Dr. Mansour, and the entire team for putting this wonderful conference together. As you know, Family Action Network movement has been engaged at the border since 2016. We've done a lot of work at the border in Tijuana, across the border in Mexico, and also San Diego. And then most recently, we were in Del Rio, Texas, where we met with refugees who are trying to cross over. And then we were supposed to uh, go under the bridge. We were invited by the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alex Mayorkas to actually go under the bridge to assess the conditions of the Haitians there. Unfortunately, when we got there, they were all removed the next day. Let's talk a little bit about some of the challenges. As we know, these refugees, for the most part, they've gone through a 9 to 11 country odyssey to get to the border. They've encountered, they've been subjected to uh, all kind of abuses in their efforts to reach the border in Mexico, including physical violence, sexual abuse. Um, a lot of them have been robbed across uh, and while trying to get there. In some places, they were encountered by armed groups who robbed them of their monies. And then when that happened, they had to wait sometimes for weeks and months for family members, either in Haiti and other in the US, to send them money. When they got to the border, they had to wait because for the most part, they didn't get any kind of assistance. Most of the time they had children with them. Most recently, under the bridge, they were there for over 9 days. They didn't have access to any assistance, any food. When they tried to leave the bridge to access food, a lot of us saw how they were treated. They were chased and beaten. They didn't have a chance to shower. Some of the refugees we interviewed told us they spent days without the ability to shower. They lacked food to feed the children and the babies. And then after they crossed the border, if they were lucky to stay or to access a shelter, they had to wait for family members because those of them who didn't have money to purchase tickets, or sometimes even when they have the money, they didn't have any support to guide them as other refugees oftentimes do. Because usually when refugees are allowed across the border, they have there's a system in place to guide them, to assist them, to help them get their tickets, to get them to airplanes and all these services. But the Haitian refugees after they crossed the border, they did not have such access. So when we went to Del Rio, the first day we went to the border, we met with Border Patrol, we were able to ask them questions. Most of the people, as I indicated, left, were moved to detention centers. After that, we had to spend the next day helping them buy tickets, putting them in airplanes, providing transportations, because without this assistance, they would be stuck. And those refugees who did not have such access, who did not have such help, they were deported back to Haiti. And before they got deported, they were placed back in detention centers throughout, Texas. So,
Okay.
we in addition to this, we know that most of them uh, were deported in complete denial of the basic rights of the process. The US government has used Title 42 to deport them. Most of them did not have access to what we call bona fide interviews to determine why they were leaving. So these were some of the challenges our borders are
Thank you.
facing.
Thank you so much, Marlene. Thank you for that wonderful overview. I'm going to just ask Webb Woodson. I know you also were at the border as well. Just want to see if you want to add anything else to what Marlene also shared as well.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolas, and I would like to thank the University of Miami, all of you, Dr. Mansour, Dr. Nicolas, yourself, and our dear friend, attorney and Professor Carrie Bettenja Lopez, and everyone. I'm not going to be calling everybody's name. Thank you for putting such a great, important, and impressive agenda on the situation of the Haitian migrants at the border. And I'd like to thank also all the stakeholders, everyone who are here with us in order for us to collectively come up with solutions as a result of what happened. To make a correction, Dr. Nicolas, I went to Haiti recently after the earthquake. At the border, I did not have a chance to go because I was supposed to go with Dr. Alex Desilme, who is the president of NEON, National Haitian American Elected Officials. Unfortunately, that same week I had committee week in Tallahassee and I couldn't make it. But I have to tell you, I was in constant communication with him as I did a press conference in Tallahassee to raise the issue. What he reported to us was really I cannot even describe the situation of the migrant that he reported. What we were doing here, we were trying to raise money. We were raising money in order for him to be able to help the people over there, especially a lot of them did not have a place to sleep. As you see, they were on the river sitting with children. So we were able to raise money to send to him to get some of them in hotels as well, to buy the food and do what needs to be done in order for our brothers and sisters to have a few days. So I'm not going to take long because Ms. Bastien, who was there, she described the situation as it was. So for the sake of time, this is the most that I can do, but the situation was horrific. That's the way that I can describe it. And moving forward, we are going to put plans in place in order to address the issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Rep. Whitson, for that correction too. I know Carolyn also, Carolyn Rosavilla, I know you wanted to also comment on that question as well. I'm going to invite you in to chime in terms of your own perspective, anything you want to add to that first set of questions regarding the challenges that Haitian migrants were facing at the border. Carolyn?
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm humbled and I'm honored to be among so many amazing people. I moved to California and began working on the border with asylum seekers. And this was back in 2018, excuse me. And I'm going to talk very briefly because Pedro Rios really has a lot more insight because he is there on a regular basis and has worked with Haitian migrants. I worked with not realizing I was going to leave. I thought I was leaving my world of Haiti and then I would be returning into the world of my Latinos and working with Central Americans. And there I was so pleasantly surprised to run into such an amazing group of Haitians that were living and working in Tijuana. Some that were trying to cross the borders, others that were working there. I just want to make two comments and then move it on to Pedro Rios. I first want to say that things that are needed very practically, we need more lawyers. We need more people, more lawyers that speak Creole. We need assistants, interpreters that speak Creole that work with those on the border. I worked with a group called Al Otro Lado. Al Otro Lado works with all the migrants trying to cross the border. We had a shortage of people speaking Creole that could support their intake forms and getting them to the border and getting them across the border at the time. I also want to comment on those that had settled in Tijuana. Those settled in Tijuana, I actually did specific interviews with the owners of employers that employed Haitians and those that had different businesses. And I asked them what the experience was. They were delighted to have Haitians working with them. The 5 interviews I did, they all spoke so highly in comparison, I hate to say, to the Central Americans. They said the Haitians were serious. They wanted to put their children into school. They wanted to start businesses. So I think we need to look at these capacities of our Haitian brothers and sisters and how they are taking seriously building a life for themselves and their families. And I want to now pass this over to Pedro Rios, who has been working consistently, if that would be okay with you, Ms. Nicolas. Pedro? I don't think
that would be fine. And yes, absolutely. And to do that, I also would love it, Pedro, if you can really also help with the question regarding the site as well. So if you wouldn't mind, Pedro, if you wouldn't mind also address. Are you not able to hear me?
Yes, you are breaking, Dr. Nicolas.
Yes. And I don't, Pedro was
Can
here.
everybody hear me? Pedro, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but you were breaking minutes ago. Go ahead. So I think that the question
Pedro, can you hear us?
Pedro Rios, are you here? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
He was here, and he has many years. Oh.
Okay, the connection is from, I'm sorry about that.
But can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. We have to move on because Pedro has been disconnected.
So in the interest of time, I don't see. Okay,
Yeah.
Is Pedro? Okay, great. Is Pedro, are you able to hear?
No, he's not able to connect, so we can move on.
Yes, let's move on.
Okay, it seems that also the Geda's connection is not too good. And yes, I have with me some of the questions that she is going to ask. I wonder, maybe I should, hello, Geda, can you? Hello, Geda. So I think that the question that Geda has, which is the second kind of set of questions that is addressed to all the panelists here, is to know, we know that this
regarding.
Yeah, go ahead, Geda. Okay, so I pick it from.
Okay, so there's different.
Okay, so let's move on. I'm sorry about that. So I think her question at this point is to know, we know that the Haitians have been, once they have been processed on the border. Some have been returned to Central America, to Mexico, Central America, and even to Brazil and Chile. And some have been, deported to Haiti. And some have been, of course, admitted to a certain extent temporarily in the United States. The questions that Dr. Gerda Nicola had in mind for you was to know what happens to those trends of destinations that have been assigned to Haitians. So any of you who have been working on this area can intervene. Go ahead.
Well,
I can start.
Nobody.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, Deputy Woodson, you want to go ahead?
Well, what I can say, and then you can go on to report. As of today, we found out that up to Secretary of Mayorkas that 2,000 Haitians were deported to Haiti. 8,000 of them willingly returned to Haiti, actually. Those are the numbers that were quoted by him. But the administration also allowed 12,000 migrants to remain in the United States and have the request for asylum or permission to remain. An additional 5,000 migrants, I understand, are considered for the same opportunity. Remember, in March of 2020, Donald Trump actually, the Donald Trump administration used the Title 42 in order to send those Haitian home. So from those migrants who were sent to Haiti, we saw how they were received at the airport. To me, there wasn't a plan in place in order to receive them. We saw the pictures on the news, how they were throwing things at them at the airport, on the ground, and it was not a way. We had several meetings with the administration where we brought up this issue over the fact that there should be a plan in place. And I understand there are several stakeholders involved in the process. But if you are returning someone in Haiti under the conditions that we all have been seeing, there should be a holistic plan because there's no housing in Haiti. As we all know, I was in Haiti a few months ago, and what I saw was the fact that those Haitians who were impacted, my Haitian brothers and sisters who were impacted by the 2010 earthquake, are still living on the makeshift tent. So that's important to know that those who went to Haiti now don't have a place to stay. They are given $100, but how long can $100 stretch itself out in order for them to have a quality of life? There's no such thing right now. And some of it, sometimes when you really think about it, I'm blaming also us, not really us, but leadership that we have not had in Haiti, because if we had leadership in place, there are a lot of things that we would not have to deal with at this time. So there's not really a plan in place. There are people on the ground who are working very hard, some organizations, in order to assist our brothers, but there should have been a plan, a better plan between the two administrations in order to address this issue. And we are hoping that the Biden administration can continue to work with us in order to address those issues. For the sake of time, I'm going to leave it up to Ms. Bastien to really address the issue.
Thank you, Deputy Woodson. So usually when refugees are being released en masse, there is a resettlement plan, and then there is usually a resettlement agency in charge of placement. In the case of the Haitian refugees, what did we see? The Haitian refugees were just released. They were just released, and then they were left to fend for themselves. That is why we saw what we saw at Del Rio. We saw individuals, pastors, different groups, even business owners landing there, trying to help people as best as they can. Those who were able to reach their family members, and a lot of them are here in Miami, for the first time in history, most of them didn't receive any alien number. They were just given a barcode on a piece of paper without an alien number. This is huge. What does that mean when refugees are released without an alien number? That means that they cannot access any services. They cannot access any benefit. And then for me to put this in context, when Cuban refugees were being released daily into our communities, they have direct access to services because they qualify under the Cuban Haitian entrant, and they can access services, and they have a direct path to residency and even to citizenship. In contrast, the Haitian refugees were released, number one, to fend for themselves without any alien number. So what is happening now in Miami? Our agency firm, Family Action Network Movement, we are swamped daily by refugees who have been released without any support at all. We do an immediate assessment, a psychosocial assessment, and a plan to assist them. We have to provide them with clothing. We have to provide them with housing. A lot of them have children, school-age children. We need to find schools for them. And as we speak right now, we have a number of refugees who need housing and we have no placements for them. We have been in touch with Mayor Cava and her office, and then they are trying to find a way. But adding insult to injury, as you know, our own governor, the Florida governor, DeSantis, sued the Biden administration and adopted an executive order preventing organizations on the ground to provide support to the refugees. And he even threatened to take the licenses away from state organizations if they decide to provide assistance and resources to the refugees. So for the first time in recent history, I don't think I've ever seen it happen before. I don't know if anyone on this panel has seen this. We have refugees who are here. They don't have any access. They don't have any alien number. And then there is a lack of legal advisors because there are so many. We don't have enough lawyers to assist them. And they lack everything, even the basic necessities. So what we do at FAM, we do psychosocial assessments to everyone, and then we try to place them with family members. We have many who need placement as we speak. We have a dozen of them. We even had to place some of them with our staff, which we don't like to do. But if we do not do it, and for the first time, if they don't have a place to go, guess what? they are deported right back to Haiti. And lastly, we are receiving calls from, around the United States, from family members looking for legal advisors, looking for lawyers, looking for support, because you have thousands of refugees who have been released without any alien number, any support, any plan. This is really created a big crisis for community-based organizations like FAM and for family members around the US, because they cannot do anything to assist. So what we think people can do, we need to call to the Biden administration. We have action plans on our website if you want to get involved, because we have to find a way to support our refugees. They were released. They were not paroled. They don't have any alien numbers. They need lawyers. They need to bid all the basic necessities. That's what we are dealing with right now. And on our website, fam.org, if you want to get involved, we do have action plans for folks to get involved.
Dr. Geda is back, so I think that she can take it from there.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Ernst. Ernst can always step in for me when I can. So thank you. I don't know what happened to my internet, but thank you for that. Hopefully it's gonna hold up for me. I wanted to go to base Marlon and what you're saying. I wanted to go to Johnson, please. And I wonder, Johnson, if you can talk a little bit about what you're hearing about this whole process of being returned back home. What have you heard about the process of being able, what are the resources and the response back in Haiti in terms of this resettlement for many of the people that are being deported back to the country? Johnson, can you join us?
Yes, good morning. And I would like to thank you and Dr. Marcelin for inviting me. And of course, Ms. Marlene, who made sure that I was on this panel. And thank you so much. And also, it's always good to see you, Ms. Woodson. Brian Kunanen, I heard your name many, many times, and finally, probably eventually we will be able to connect. Doctor, I would like to take my conversation on a different angle, contrary to being deported to Haiti, because I've had a probably unique perspective from this group of people. In 2017, I was invited to talk to this group of immigrants in Chile. And I traveled to Chile, and 5,000 of them showed up at the convention center where I was speaking. And that's when I realized we had a huge community of Haitian in Chile. And in 2018, I decided to open a business in Chile, and until now, that is thriving in Chile among those community. So when 2021, I saw the issue that is happening in Del Rio, so I jumped to action in trying to help. And so far, as of now, I contributed $40,000 of my own money into these efforts, trying to help those Haitians come in here, because frankly, I'm not much concerned about those that are returned back to Haiti for many reasons, because if you hearing the chatter on social media, you would know, especially in Brazil, most of the Haitians who are in Brazil had their alien card in Brazil. So many of them are making their way back to Brazil. Some of them in Chile that had an alien card in Chile, they are making their way back to Chile again with the help of families here. My concern really is those that made it here, just like Ms. Marlene was saying. How do we support them? Because based on my perspective, I think those people are better than even my generation who came to the United States in the 1990s. And why? Because they are Haitian that left Haiti after 2010 earthquake. Some of them were in Dominican Republic, some of them were in Chile and Brazil, and then spent some time, mostly a year or two, some of them in Mexico. They speak, or probably they will be speaking 5 different languages. And my hope and my idea is that within the next 5 to 10 years, those people will be a new asset to the Haitian community, while guys like me who came in the 1990s are going into retirement. So I think there is a need for University of Miami, for education institutions, for programs like the SABES program to embrace this group of people. Most of them are under 30, 35, meaning this gives the system another 30 years worth of work lifespan in those people. Most of them came with a child. Those children will become American citizens to contribute to voting in the system. I think number one action we should do, and as me and Ms. Marlene, we spoke, is to help those people get an alien number, for those who haven't, access help that is available to those people, prevent their deportation back to Haiti, and help them settle in United States. And that's what I am devoted my time with Azure College and organization like FARM, State Representative Mary Woodson, to make sure those people not only stay in this country, but they thrive. Because the reality is, we know what it is. When they come here, they send money transfer to Haiti, $1.50 is collected, they make money. There's families that the government of Haiti cannot take care in Haiti. We in the diaspora takes care of them. And because of our communities being getting old, we're going to need fresh new people to contribute into the system to build a new foundation for Haitian community. And that's what I'm focusing my efforts on.
Well, I'm so glad you stepped in to say all of that. Really, really important. And it kind of gets us a little bit on the recommendation questions, which we're coming to very soon. I want to make apologies for Pedro, who's not able to join us due to an emergency. We're sending all good wishes his way as well. And so thank you for that. Carolyn, I wanted to come to you in mind, Carolyn, for a minute, because I know human rights work is your passion and what you're doing here at the University of Miami. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about sort of the Biden administration, U.S. resettlement. What are your thoughts regarding what you're seeing and what we should be thinking about at this particular moment? Carolyn?
Thank you, Dr. Nicolas, and thanks so much to my colleagues at the University of Miami Institute, Miami Institute of the Americas, the Global Health Studies Program, the Center for Black Studies. The Human Rights Clinic is very proud to stand alongside you and such incredible advocates and experts and scholars and community leaders to host this conference, and it's just a really wonderful event that you have put together. So kudos, felicitación, and merci, merci en pile. I've been involved in work regarding human rights in Haiti for a long time, from my time living in Haiti as an educator, where my students educated me as much as I was able to educate them, to working for many years on the case of Benito Tire Mendez versus Dominican Republic, which was a case involving mass expulsions of Haitians and Dominicans of Haitian descent from the Dominican Republic, and working in the DR and Haiti on that. And then starting in 2011, working with so many colleagues, including Marlene and Representative Woodson and many, many others on this program today, to respond to the deportations to Haiti after the 2010 earthquake. I subsequently joined the Obama-Biden administration as the White House advisor on violence against women. And I've recently been working with the Biden administration in the Gender Policy Council, so outside of the Haiti specific space. So I just want to clarify, I'm certainly not speaking on behalf of the administration in any way. And in fact, I am not currently, I do not currently have an appointment with the administration. I guess I would like to focus my comments a little bit on the human rights advocacy, the human rights framework that I use when thinking about the issues that have been presented regarding the border situation and the returns to Haiti and the resettlement issues. And sadly, they are the same issues in many ways that we were dealing with a decade ago when we were responding to the humanitarian crisis in Haiti and its implications for migrants in the US. And so I just want, what I'd like to say is, from a human rights law perspective, I categorize the rights violations involved in a few different categories. First of all, the rights to life, security of person, and freedom from cruel, inhumane, or unusual punishment. And so a decade ago and still today, we know that rights to life and security are deeply at risk for people who are being returned to Haiti. This is especially true for vulnerable populations, LGBT populations, people with health conditions who may not have access to their medicines, people who do not have family, many of whom some of whom, especially a decade ago when we were working on this, were not even born in Haiti. And so those demographics may or may not have shifted to the population we're talking about today. But it's absolutely essential that before a government goes about returning individuals to their so-called home country, that they do some sort of an assessment of their rights to life and security, and whether they would be subjected to any form of state or non-state actor punishment. The second family of rights I want to highlight are the rights to family life and special protections for children. And so it's absolutely essential that before a government be either deporting individuals or as they think about resettling, kind of the two different prongs that we're talking about today, that we keep the rights of the family, the centrality of family life together. These are rights that are codified in several treaties and documents, human rights instruments that the United States is responsible for adhering to. And finally, the family of rights of fair trial or due process that also extends to thinking about what is a fair process for considering potential asylum seekers' claims. And many other panelists today will be speaking more about this, but I do want to call attention to a recent story that did break from my colleague, Professor and former Dean Harold Koh from Yale Law School, who was a top advisor at the State Department, who recently left his position. And a document was released that he had written that really talks about kind of three major categories of concerns. The first being that these Title 42 returns that others mentioned violate our non-refoulement obligations, our obligations not to return people to a dangerous place. And the United States has specifically categorized Haiti as a dangerous place through our designation of temporary protected status to Haitians just a few months ago. And so that's very important. The second point that he makes in his letter is that these flights can't be justified with respect to Haitians. And the third point that he makes is that we can, as a country, provide better, more lawful and more humane policy alternatives. So the last, I'm sure others will speak about this in more detail, but the last thing I want to say, because I have not been working closely on this as a policy matter right now, but I will just say, having been an advocate in the trenches with many of you, having spent a lot of time in Haiti interviewing deportees, as well as spending time with Haitian families here in Miami, and having been in government, I can't emphasize enough how important it is for a conference like this to develop a nice platter, a nice menu of options for the administration, and to deliver it along with the incredibly compelling work and narratives and documentation that all of you are presenting. So it's so important to kind of take this incredible body of knowledge from today and to process it into very concrete deliverables that you want to see, and you are doing that. You've already presented so many ideas on that front, and then to find the right mechanisms for holding policymakers to account and getting in front of them. And I know folks are thinking in very nuanced ways about that. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carolyn, for your thoughts and your wonderful comments. Really appreciate it. So we will not be the panel that sets the agenda, that sets the calendar off, the schedule off for the day. So I'm really trying to move us along. So with that in mind, I'm just gonna ask, before we go to the Q&A, I'm just gonna ask each one of you just one recommendation. So if you were to make one recommendation as we're managing and to address this ongoing crisis. So very quickly, one recommendation, just so we make sure that we captured it, specifically based on what you just said, Carol, right, as well, because we've heard about the overall challenges, the overall impact. I know we didn't mention the psychological impact, but the mental health impact is real as well as a central component. So what's one recommendation? I'm gonna start with Webb Woodson. One recommendation that you have regarding this ongoing crisis.
Thank you so much. And before I go to the recommendation, I want to make sure that I mention that Representative Joseph, in regard to the lawyers, the lack of lawyers, she was working with the Haitian Lawyers Association and the National Bar Association to put a group together. And I put the link on the chat in order for people to have access to that information should they need any help. One recommendation, it's very important, it's critically important that the Biden administration work with federal, state, local legislators and community-based organizations, those organizations that have been in the ground, and academic institutions as well, who are well represented at this conference. We see all of them in there. Work with everyone in order to put a holistic plan in place to find ways to address this issue when those migrants arrive at the border. We need short-term and we need long-term solutions. So this is very important because this would go down in history, how the administration addressed this crisis. And it can be done, it will be done if we put all our heads together and work toward a plan. Since you say one, we don't have any time, I have plenty. We can streamline the process and do whatever needs to be done. But this is one recommendation that I have that is very important in order to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Webb Woodson. And I encourage you to share the others with us, right? So if we could spend all day on that. So I hope you will send us the rest of that list as well. Love to hear it. So
I will definitely do that. And thank you, Dr. Nicholas, and thank you to everyone as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Marlene.
What FARM is doing right now is to organize groups throughout the US and to develop a plan, a strategy to get the Biden administration to stop these illegal expulsions. That's number one. And number two, to develop a strategy to address the root causes of migration, number two. And then lastly, to develop a strategy to build power here. You say one, but we have a three-pronged strategy. So I'll stop right there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I know you do. And really encouraging everybody to go on the website. I mean, FARM is our go-to organization here in the community in terms of this. So I know you can give a book on the recommendations, Marlene. So thanks for that. Carolyn, please.
Yes, thank you for the moment. I'm speaking for Zoom to the border. But my question had been, the recommendation is to reconceptualize migration in the 21st century. We need to look at the numbers. We now are talking about numbers of 20, 30, 40,000. Back in 2018-19, we spoke of 2,000, 3,000 in those caravans. And that was astounding, supposedly. What is driving migration? What are we looking at? There is climate change. People are looking for ways to continue to survive. We need to rewrite the legislation that exists. So there's short-term and long-term things we need to do. We need to look at the categories that define asylum. We need to broaden those to include climate change. We need to broaden those to include violence of other types. We're looking at very old legislation that was written in a time that does not reflect the concerns now. Migration is a constant. We need to have a multilateral approach, working with other countries and looking at it through a humanitarian agenda, that we address all the needs that are there with those that are migrating and how they can be a potential resource throughout the continent. Don't we see signs of employment needed truck drivers needed, people needed in restaurants. We need people. We need people in our countries throughout the region. Haitians have demonstrated their resilience, their talents, and we need to change the narrative to a positive approach to migration going into this century. That's what I would like to say now, and I'd love to write a
Thank
whole
you.
dissertation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was really awesome. Awesome, girl. So I'm going to pass it to Johnson, please.
Don't treat this new group of Haitian migrants as a victim. Treat them as fighters. Fighters that are exposed to social media, who sees how people live in other countries, and who refuse to live in a subhuman situation that our government put us in Haiti. And I frankly believe those people, they come in this country now with better education. The language factor is a huge factor, because if you notice, FAM can see a difference. When we came in the 1990s, we needed translators to speak English with us. But now any one of them can show up in a Hispanic center and deal with properly because they speak Spanish. And we know the Hispanic community is huge. I think 13% of American population. So those people are not a victim. I cannot tell you how many times I show up at 48 years old, someone looked at me and, oh, I'm proud of you. You're proud of me for what? Because I accomplished a level of good living standard in America? You won't say it to another group of people like the Italian that came into the United States. It's unnerving when you hear those kind of conversation. And why? It's because when we came in, Channel 7 used to portray us from those rickety boats, and then people never expect anything great coming out of us. So those people that come in, please, 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 please don't treat them as a victim. Treat them as fighters that want to live a good human life.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Really important message. Carolyn, last thoughts?
Just to piggyback off of what everybody else has said, do come up with the platter. Come up with the specific organizations. What is each character going, what role will each character play? Put it in a 1 to 2 page document, and then power map and think about who you want to deliver that document to.
Awesome. Awesome. I love you guys for staying true to your time. So thank you for that, because it allows us the opportunity to actually see a few questions from some of our panel, from some of our folks who are here with us. Again, wonderful to see all of you. Thanks for joining us this morning. So the very first question was, as a result of this meeting, could we formally request that the Biden administration funds means of support of Haitians in the US and in Haiti who are affected by this tragic situation? So could we formally request that the Biden administration funds means of support in the US and Haiti who are affected by this tragic situation? Anybody wants to take that one on? Open mic.
I think they should. I think they should, Dr. Nicola, because realize that the Biden administration is now putting thousands. I don't have the exact amount, and maybe Caroline does, thousands and thousands of dollars to support the resettlement of Afghan refugees to the U.S. But for the Haitian, why are the Haitians singled out for this kind of disorderly resettlement? If we can call that a resettlement, the Haitians are just being released and left to fend for themselves without any plan. Family members, entrepreneurs like Johnson Napoleon, and organizations like FAM, who are, that already lack resources, have to find money to buy tickets for refugees to help them to resettle. And now at FAM, we have dozens of people who need housing. We have to find a place to place them. And then you know that in Florida, there is a housing crisis. Most of the shelters are full. So we need help. And then the Biden administration needs to show responsibility, and then they need to be held accountable, and then they need to put the resources that are needed to properly and respectfully resettle the Haitians. The Biden administration promised, President Biden promised to bring equity to his administration. So the equitable things to do, the fair and just thing to do, is for his administration to put the resources, right, to help resettle our brothers and sisters with respect and dignity. What is happening right now is unacceptable. It is not fair for FAM to have to place refugees at our own home. I have staff with refugees in their homes. And refugees who do not have a place to go are deported to Haiti. And then one thing we didn't mention is that a lot of the people deported in Haiti were not even born in Haiti. A lot of the children were not even born in Haiti. The Biden administration needs to be held accountable, and we count on you to join us, right? We have action items to join us to amplify our voices to hold the Biden administration accountable. They should foot the bill. They should put the resources. If they can do it for others, they can do it for the Black and brown Haitian refugees.
Well, thank you so much, Marlene. And that almost answered the second question that was in the chat from our folks who are joining us, which is whether or not there were any support right now. Are there any support funds to support the organizations that are doing that work? For example, FAM, for example, Haitian Lawyers Associations and so forth, whether or not there are any resources that are available for that. So I think from the answer that you just gave, it doesn't sound like there's any funding that is currently available to support a lot of this work that is happening right now. Right. So.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
Yeah.
And then now we have refugees, and then we welcome your ideas on this panel. We have refugees who need housing right now, who need help right now.
And I think that speaks to the second comment that I know somebody just also made in the chat, which is given the VP, Vice President Harris has studied the source of migration and visited origin countries. This is a good time for us to request that the Fed fundings be appropriated, right, for these countries, right, that are keeping Haitians also in there as well. So it sounds like that can fit into some of the requests that we have. I know that our time is short. So I'm just going to go to this last question and ask all of you, again, whoever wants to chime in on this question to respond. How can we strengthen diaspora efforts in the U.S.? Last question. How can we strengthen the diaspora effort in the U.S.?
I wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Marlene says. And one of the untouched resources that I think we don't reach out to is the Haitian entrepreneurs in this country. We are in a crisis situation where we cannot find workers, but yet you have a bunch of ready, willing, able people coming to work, but they don't have alien numbers or social security numbers. Now, I know the governors have placed executive orders and that, but I think also in this group of people, we need to find a way, how do we get some legal exemption as Haitian entrepreneurs so we can hire those people? And give them jobs, because you have many Haitian restaurants looking for workers. Those people used to work in restaurants in Chile or in Brazil. You have many hotels looking for employees, but those people don't have proper documentations to work. Now, is there an exemption? I saw Ms. Marlene post on the chat that some of them have appointment until 2022, depending on when in 2022. But those people, maybe instead of us looking for government assistance to provide housing, they may be able to work and find a way to rent their own apartment in this country. So how do we get those kind of exemption? I think it's one of the component of the conversation that we can use. Myself personally, I can hire 15 people right now, but am I going to risk my livelihood to hire illegal people? No, but if I know I have some backing, to protect me, I have a plant that makes soda right here in Medley, Florida. I have a college that we hired student services. I have a distribution of our products. We can hire up to 15, 20 people, but I'm not going to hire them. So part of the component of help we're seeking is also how we can integrate the Haitian entrepreneurs in New York, in Boston, in Miami, in Orlando, that willing to hire those people, but don't want to expose themselves.
Okay, so two things, Napoleon, two things. So a lot of when the refugees, our brothers and sisters came to FAM, we do a psychosocial assessment, and then we bring them to DCF. But without the ADA number, nothing can be done. And then, as you know, as I said on the chat, and then you just mentioned it, they are given appointments to February or end of next year. So without that, they cannot get a work permit. So to be practical, tonight there is a meeting. FAM is organizing young lawyers around the U.S. To meet with our chief legal advisor, Ira Kurzban, to assess the possibility of having a lawsuit, which seems to be the only solution right now to get the Biden administration to do the right thing, DHS to do the right thing, USCIS to do the right thing vis-a-vis the Haitian refugees. So if you are a young lawyer and you are on this call tonight, send us an email, info@fam.org. We can send you, we have our chief community organizer, lead organizer on the call in this conference, Paul Nafi. He will send you the link for a conversation with chief legal attorney Ira Kurzban. It's at 5:45 today, I think, Paul. So please, if you want to join this conversation to see what can we do, what can be done to assist the Haitian refugees who are not getting appointments till next year to get an A number. If you want to get involved, please join the call and then send us an email to info@fam.org or pnanfi. I'm going to put it in the chat, pnanfi@fam.org. That's number one. Number two, how do we get organized? My dear Lord, we need to organize to flex our political muscle. Let me give you a quick example, and I'm going to end on that note.
Oh, sorry, Marlene.
No. Let me finish. So
okay.
Imagine when we were invited to Texas by Secretary Mayorkas, I wasn't the only one. So we had other stakeholders like Gypsy Meteorologist, Dr. J.P. Austin, Dr. Larry Pierre didn't come, but he was also invited. And then these are powerful people who contribute a lot of money to the Democratic, party, to the Biden administration. And you invite us to go and assess the conditions of Haitians under the bridge, and then the day before you remove all of them, you deport most of them. What does that show? That shows a complete lack of respect for us. So in order for us to change that, we have to organize and find a way to flex our political muscle. We have to register people to vote en masse, people to vote en masse, and then be mindful of the fact that in this country, either you have the power of your money or you have the power of your vote. And that's what we are doing at FAM. We encourage you to attend bi-monthly community meetings to organize your power. Organize your power and learn to flex your political muscle.
Well said, Marlene.
Thank you, Marlene.
You're welcome.
I know we're out of time. Ernst, do we have one last question or no? Am I out of time?
Yes, you can have one more question, but if people can take it extremely short and then to be very precise. Go ahead.
You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, Gerda.
Yes.
Okay, très bien, merci. So I'm gonna ask, maybe I'll ask Carolyn, please. Can you maybe to that question? There's a question about what is the role of international aid organizations and humanitarian agencies in offering protection to these vulnerable migrants? Carolyn, can you take that question?
Okay, are you speaking to Carolyn Rose Avila or Caroline?
Yes, Caroline.
I wish I had
Caroline. So Carolyn, yes.
Okay, the international aid organizations. This is could be a long discussion, but they have the resources to address these issues. And over the years, they've become much more focused on being able to work domestically. I believe that they have not addressed the migration issue effectively. They have also been in an old narrative of working only in communities in the country, but not addressing the larger issues of migration. For example, I worked, fortunately, it was unfortunate, but I was blessed to be able to have a role in trying to mitigate child trafficking following the earthquake. But there is not enough resources put into those kinds of issues. I worked in the Dominican Republic, helping to try to do birth certificates for children born of Haitian parents working, but those those resources are not there. Remember, large NGOs depend on government funding primarily, and that government funding has to be has to reflect those priorities. So I believe that we should advocate for those resources and those large NGOs and those large nonprofits to begin prioritizing migration and begin prioritizing assisting those that are coming across the border and helping them integrate into society, as we've been hearing, because it is a resource that we can, and not to, the problem is we use the whole narrative of the victim. We need to change that narrative. And I think if we can influence larger NGOs to change the focus on potential rather than victim, I think we would have a major resource to be able to depend on. That's not to talk for a long time on this issue, but that's what I feel. Emergency response money is always available. Let me make one more point. I was there following the earthquake. I was so disappointed as to the way emergency response money channeled into Haiti, not only the corruption, but all the ways it was used. It was never, ever targeted to build local economic opportunities in the communities that many Haitians went to following the earthquake. They put all the resources in Port-au-Prince and they all had to come back and live in 10 cities. It should have been an economic opportunity to rebuild small communities in Haiti. We have to think in terms of human potential and not victims. And all our resources pointed in that direction. And that's what I would want to advocate for the large NGOs to be more focused on.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Deep breath, because you realize that it's like a tall order, right? The
Yes.
work is enormous. The work is enormous, but this is a good start, right? These conversations and coming together as a collective, right? Because like we said all the time in Haitian Creole, "Mais en pile chai pa lou," right? We need many to get this work. Caroline, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything else to that as we're closing out to that question.
The only small thing I would add is that new charge d'affaires has just been named, and he had previous experience in Haiti. I know many people on this call have experience working with him on the ground in Haiti. And so, you know, this presents an opportunity to think about what the US government's role is in interacting with organizations like the IOM, the International Organization on Migration, and other international migration organizations that, you know, are that purportedly have a role to play in resettling and providing support for individuals who have been returned. You know, different people on this call have different priorities, whether it's a focus on the US or whether it's a focus on Haiti in terms of the migrants. And for those people who are focused on the migrants who are being returned, coordination between the various international and US and Haitian organs within Haiti is, you know, absolutely essential. And to try to, you know, for the NGOs to try to get ahead of that, and to inform the way those processes are going to and relationships are going to form is really essential. And so with some new players on the ground in the US space regarding Haiti, you know, perhaps it's an opportunity to get ahead of that and to set the narrative, to set the agenda from the US perspective. I don't want to overstate my hopes there, but. Yeah.
Well, a little hope is good, Caroline. We need a little hope at this particular moment. I want to say, I know that our time has come to an end. I want to say a special thank you to our amazing, amazing panelists. Thank you so much for being here this morning and for sharing your perspective. I think that all of you, hopefully you're coming out of here with a really good understanding of what are the challenges, what are the difficulties, what are the barriers that exist. But more importantly, it's clear that we have organizations. We have to be able to address some of the systemic issues that are going on and these conversations is a beginning, right? But the action steps and how do we move from here and creating specific action and recommendations that will address some of these barriers and challenges that we have today are really crucial to ensure that we don't find ourselves in another 10 years, another 20 years, worst of all, another 50 years, where we need to have such a panel conversation this morning, where we need to have such a conference as we're having today. And so I want to say a special thank you to my friend Hans Marcelin and the whole team over at INUED and the Miami MIA Institute for putting together this event. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to our coordinators, because I know I stayed on time. So thank you everybody for being here, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Gerda. It was a wonderful and stimulating panel. And I have to say that to answer to most of the concerns that we have here, the recommendations are going to be compiled into a policy document that will be addressed directly to the White House, to the authorities that be at the USAID, State Department. So we are not just, it's not just about talking, it's not just about power listening to what they already know, but it's about us generating direct, clear, action-oriented policy that can be so then nobody can ignore. They have the means, they have the ideas that are legitimate, that are accepted by a larger community, targeted toward solution addressing the crisis in one way or another. So I just want to reassure you on that one. Thank you very much. Lillian?
Yes, we will be returning at in 5 minutes, so you can take a short break, and we'll be back.
Are we going to
Okay.
reconvene? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. And my name is Louis Hearns Marcelin. I am a professor at the University of Miami and co-organizer of this conference. And now today we are going to, and for this panel, we are going to address specific topics, specific issues related particularly to US foreign policy toward Haiti. I mean, the key point here, in thinking about this panel, there is something that comes to mind all the time, which is the whole idea of magic and insanity. Either when you do something over and over, you continue to do it. It gives you bad result, but you still do it. Either you believe in magic or you are insane. I think that what I want to have here is a conversation among us. I will not privilege who is going to speak or not, because I know that all of you, is, well-versed in one area or another area. But I think that the idea of the magical thinking or insanity, or maybe mere cruelty about populations that you don't care about, because the question of foreign policy toward Haiti has been a question that has been, in the air for some times now. And we want to explore it to see what are the implications, on migrations issue, migration movement, but also what are the connections of US foreign policy with the systemic crisis that is going on in Haiti, and of course, the movement of populations that we are seeing. So I am going to introduce my colleagues who are here today, and I'm very pleased and honored to sit with these colleagues. Brian Concannon, whom I know for the first time, and we have been working for a long time, but for the first time that I've been able to meet you. Jocelyn Makala, with whom we have a long work relationship. He is from GMC Strategies. And Léonie Martin, a colleague, from Santla, also somebody very, very active in the Haitian community. Professor Robert McGuire, who is a veteran in issues of Haiti and US-Haiti relations. And of course, not the least, Marvel Dandin, the director of Radio Quisqueya in Haiti, and he is talking from Haiti. And again, I have to emphasize that this panel is going to be in both in, it is translated, of course, but it is going to be implemented both in French and in Creole and in English. So welcome to all of you. And we don't have a lot of time. However, we need to address several questions because the overall objective here is to help people understand the connections between US foreign policy, Haiti crisis, and the migration crisis you are having in the United States. This is the line that we are following. I have to mention before I move further that we have also people from the White House listening to us, people from the State Department listening to this panel, people from USAID, and so forth and so on. So what I'm trying to say here is that the talk that the statement we'll be making, somebody is going to hear it at some level. And later what we want to do is to compile these the recommendations that will emerge out of these panels and organize them into a policy paper and submit it to the different power that be. So first, let's assume that people who are attendee to this event do not understand what are at stake in the relationship between Haiti and the United States. But to understand what are at stake, there is a big question that I would like to address to all of you. And maybe starting with Bob McGuire, Professor McGuire, but it's addressed indeed to everybody. What is the nature, what is the strategy that the US is envisioning, or what kind of framework that the US is using in order to push forward its policy in relation to Haiti? What's the nature of that policy?
Okay, Ernst, you challenged me to start off, so I will start off. Let me make some broad points, maybe for a couple of minutes here. I just want to point out that migration, of course, is the theme around which this conference is evolving. So just to underscore the fact that, migration, as we know, is a complex process with push and pull factors, and proximity is one of those factors. And the fact that Haiti is so proximate to the US, particularly Florida, we've had the strong migratory flows. And today, the migratory flows are more of a transnational nature, people going back and forth. I want to stress as well that for the United States, Haiti is both a foreign and a domestic policy issue. And you have the complex interplay between both aspects of that as policies are being hammered out. So this invites a variety of constituencies to be involved in that policy formation. And, you know, that would include obviously the White House and the executive branch agencies, but the Congress and their staff. And then there are many non-governmental actors trying to influence that policy, think tanks, advocacy organizations, scholars, and we can't forget the paid lobbyists who run around Washington working for somebody. So we hear a lot about the administration these days talking about policy, using the metaphor of policy and sausage making. And I think without a doubt, that applies to Haiti. It's a real mishmash of actors who end up influencing this policy. I think that the proximity of Haiti also brings other actors into the mix who are important. And that would include, of course, the diaspora, who was talked about in the prior panel and will be talked about throughout the day. We've also got Americans with, I would say, a historical link to Haiti, and that would most certainly include Black Americans. And then there are many Americans with a current link to Haiti, you know, the church groups, the medical missions, and so on. So these are actors that can play a role as well. You know, you think about, well, why would someone in Tennessee care about Haiti? And it might be because there's a church group or two in that constituency that has been there. So Haiti is not unknown to the US. And we saw that in particular in response to the 2010 earthquake, when, you know, throughout the United States, people were raising funds for Haiti. So it's known. But, you know, the proximity of Haiti does not bring understanding or knowledge. And there's a great deal of ignorance and misperceptions on the part of the Americans. And I would say, you know, we've seen this just within the past few days with a retired white guy who lives in Mar-a-Lago spinning out continually this stuff about Haitians having AIDS and so on. So there's these misperceptions and ignorance, and that fuels, I think, a racism, discrimination, and fear. I think Americans basically fear the unknown, and I think this casts a large shadow over policy in Haiti. So I'll stop there, hoping that that's kind of established a terrain that we can work from.
Yeah, and that's interesting that you talk about the fear of the unknown. The Americans, you know, they have that fear, but the unknown itself is created by inherent to the way that the US relate with Haiti. So let's try to explore even deeper and to contribute, to corroborate in the points that you have made, but also to add some additional perspective. Let's go to Johnny. Johnny, what's your take on that one? In terms of the nature of the Haitian, US-Haiti relations, particularly the foreign engagement, the foreign policy engagement with Haiti.
I think, first let me thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion on Haiti and US policy towards Haiti. I think it's really quite unfortunate that we don't have among the members of the panel somebody representing the administration or a key person in the policy framework of the administration. I think that would make for a very, very nice conversation in line with your wishes, Ernst. But anyway, I would start by saying, frankly, that we have to look at this US policy or the Haiti crisis as being a systemic crisis to begin with. And to some extent, we have to go a little bit far back instead of just focusing right now on the latest spectacular crisis that was shown very visibly in the media at Del Rio. We should step back a little bit and say, okay, where did this one begin? And as far as I'm concerned, Haiti's economic systemic crisis began back in the 60s, frankly, when Francois Papadoc Duvalier took power for life and destroyed what remained political parties, trade unions, and professional associations, while he monopolized, essentially all the key industries in the private sector. U.S. policy then was based on foreign policy in the Caribbean was based on trying to contain the spread of communism. So U.S. policy toward Haiti evolved in the 70s from ensuring that Haiti stayed in the U.S. sphere of influence via alliance with the Duvaliers, waging war against communism, launching food for work programs, to dangling first, before Haitians, the prospect that Haiti could be turned into Taiwan of the Caribbean, and through significant expansion of the assembly sector, whose revenues would allegedly be large enough to allow Haiti to disinvest from the agricultural sector and import much of its food and other commodities from the United States. And the second part of that policy was to containing Haitian refugees, Haitian refugee flows resulting from these policies by any means necessary. I'm not going to go into detail with respect to the measures taken in the 70s and 80s by subsequent administration to contain Haitian refugee flow. But the fact is, what we ended up with is that we have U.S. policy that has been fundamentally not deviated from this orientation for the last 30 to 40 years. The innovation, the only innovation, is that as a result of the Cold War taking on warmer tones, the United States has embraced elections as the measuring stick of a democratic state. So in Haiti, this emphasis has had devastating effects. As a result, post-2010 earthquake Haiti has been managed by hoodlums who came to power through elections stage managed by the United States and its international Haitian allies. All of that under the watch of the United Nations. If all was well in Haiti, frankly, I would say there's Haitian refugees who left Haiti years ago to eke out a living in South and Central America would have taken their savings with them back to Haiti very willingly, but they haven't. They're looking for safe haven and they're looking for it in communities where there are significant presence of Haitians, and that means the United States and Canada. And that's where we are right now. We have a situation in which that policy needs to be addressed right now by the Biden administration and members of Congress in a significant way. And as Bob McGuire said, frankly, not as a sort of a stopgap measure, but a fundamental reorientation of that policy.
So from what Bob said, in fact, you said, Johnny, we can detect that here that there is a pattern, right, over time. Now that pattern, can you characterize it? I don't know any of you, Leonie or Brian or Marvel, if you want to chime in.
I don't know what else to say after Johnny. I think Johnny has really captured the entire process. But I think that some have also, since we're talking about migration, and to underscore what Johnny said, I really think that some have characterized U.S. policy as one, of course, driven by its own interest, not the interest of Haiti, and recent, particularly migration. Some have argued that Jean-Claude Duvalier was forced to leave, not because he was unpopular, but because of the increasing flow of migrants to Florida. Some point to the Cayo Lobo incident that was captured by NBC News cameras, where Bahamian officers were beating up, violently beating up, clubbing Haitian migrants who were then returned to Haiti. Some will argue also that the return of Aristide in the 90s was also an effort, part of U.S. policy's effort to stop the flow of migrants, of folks who were fleeing the violent rule of the Cedras and company. And so we are, we're looking at, again, history repeating itself, and again, policies that are driven by concerns about migration to the United States. And so, yeah, we are very, from what we've seen in the past, we are very weary about history repeating itself and really continuing this path of downward motion, devolvement for Haiti. So that's what I have to say.
Yeah, so containment, of Haitians, can be seen as one of the big pillar, of Haitian, of the US foreign policy. If I understood it correctly from what your colleagues have been saying, and that containment also goes together with the idea of Haiti stay quiet enough, stabilize between quote enough. So then you don't have mass bodies of Haitians, on the floor, on the shore of the United States. Now, notwithstanding the political and social consequences of this policy. So it's still being implemented. I want to ask Brian Concanon on this point. What are the human rights consequences? What are the, what are the impact of these kind of short-sighted policies, in relation to rule of law institutions in Haiti, security institutions in Haiti, implementing, empowering the local institutions in order for them to address the challenges associated with human rights, because I know that that's the area you have been investing. And it's a question also I have for Marvel, and you, if you can pick it up, from Brian. So we want to understand not only the implications, but in the current crisis now in Haiti, what is happening, to what extent that the US foreign policy has been enabling or has been mitigating what is happening currently in Haiti in terms of human rights, in terms of rule of law institutions.
I think that one answer to your question is from the resignation of Ambassador Daniel Foote, who 3 weeks ago resigned as the State Department Special Envoy to Haiti. And in his letter, he noted that the US had just released another public statement of support for the unelected de facto prime minister and continued to tout his political agreement over another broader earlier accord shepherded by civil society. And Ambassador Foote added that the hubris that makes us believe we should pick the winner again is impressive, and that our political interventions have consistently produced catastrophic results. And I think that really sums up the policy. And if you're looking in terms of the last decade or so, you can go back, as Johnny mentioned, to Duvalier. You can go back to 1803, when we didn't like the idea that Haitians had chosen freedom in a world run by slave owners. But going back just to 2010, there were deeply flawed elections run by President Préval, that members of the U.S. Congress, Haitian human rights organizations, political parties, the U.S. supported that, and there was a document, a released cable, where the U.S. ambassador conceded that they knew Préval was manipulating the elections, but they supported him anyway because basically he listened to the United States. In the end, that manipulation became too embarrassing on election day, so the U.S. switched sides and supported President Martelly. It told the Electoral Council, well, your official results have Martelly in third. You've got to move him into second place. The Electoral Council said the numbers don't allow that to happen. And the State Department said, well, maybe not, but your visas are all going to be revoked. Your visas to the US are going to be revoked if you don't change the results. So those results were changed. And the result is you got the Martelly administration, which was put into power by the US. It was not accountable to Haitian voters. It dismantled accountability mechanisms. It refused to have elections. So you didn't have an officially confirmed prime minister. Parliament was rendered inoperative. There were no elected officials, local elected officials. The court systems were politicized and interfered with. And Throughout that time, the US continued to support the Martelly regime, and Haitians protested in the streets. But they also took to the skies and went to South America. And as the previous panel noted, that's when a lot of the people that are at the border now, that's when they left Haiti. The process continued. There were another election opportunity in 2015 and 16. These elections were violent, deeply corrupt, and US supported. Again, despite calls by members of the Congress, by Haitian civil society, by Haitian political parties, by human rights groups. And the result of those fraudulent and violent elections were Martelly's handpicked successor, Jovenel Moïse, gets into office. We continue to support Moïse as he continues to build the political patronage machine, undermine human rights, allow gangs to have increased control. And last April, several Haitian human rights organizations and Harvard Law School released a report saying that the government-affiliated gangs' attacks on political dissidents constituted crimes against humanity, that both the gangs and the government needed to answer for. And that's how far we've gone. And of course, we're now in a situation where Haiti has no president, no parliament, no elected officials. The Supreme Court can't get quorum for many events, for many types of cases. You have the police force is highly politicized, and the capital is basically controlled by gangs. Kind of the current flashpoint over this, as Ambassador Foote mentioned, is this idea of a civil society accord to try to get Haiti out of the process. And there are groups in that accord that haven't, in the 26 years I've been involved in Haiti, they've been constantly at loggerheads, but they've come together, which I think is amazing, and it shows amazing patriotism and willingness to compromise, all the things you really want to see. The U.S. is opposing that, and they're in fact helping Haiti's prime minister to undermine that process. And this is all about, we're just afraid. I mean, you mentioned, is this magical thinking? I don't think it is. I think we're just afraid to let Haitians choose their own destiny. And this again was in Ambassador Foote's letter. He said everything we need to say on this panel, and as a result, he was pushed out of his position. And I think until we start listening to Haitians, and until we allow Haitians to choose their own destiny, we're going to continue to have these scenes, just like in the 90s in Miami, just like in Del Rio, Texas last month.
That's interesting, Brian, that you mentioned the letter of Ambassador Foote, and Ambassador Foote precisely rejected, and this premise of having to intervene all the times and tell Haitians what to do in all circumstances, while the US is pushing Haiti's needs democracy and so forth and so on. And yet, the new representative of the United States will be one of the key actors that were there during the whole Martelly choice by the United States, and during the transition to the new government that has dismantled the Haitian institutions. Now, that takes me to you, Marvel, to ask you, how do Haitians are living this thing? I mean, these contradictions about a policy that doesn't work, a system that is being supported by the United States that has been crumbled, and by a cynicism of a US foreign policy that empowers precisely those who are destabilizing the country. So walk me through this. How do Haitians live that?
Je salue tout le monde du panel là et merci de ce que nous invitons dans la conférence. En réalité, l'on regarde bien, l'attitude du gouvernement américain aujourd'hui, c'est une attitude qui découlait d'un choix et qui fait depuis 1915. Et l'on regarde bien où est toute histoire là, il y allait en droite ligne, pas de contradiction. Aujourd'hui, il vient plus marqué, mais ils sont un choix qui fait un petit peu plus loin que dictature du Valier et Johnny Makalata signalé. Mais oui, c'est vrai, c'est une étape importante, dictature du Valier, mais choix ça équivalent dans la migration. Et son choix qui fait depuis sur l'occupation. Et parce que pas de gagner décision pour faire de gros investissements en Haïti, au contraire, il y a pousser travailleurs haïtiens à aller et dans plantation canne en République dominicaine, à Cuba. Donc, ils ont tracé et destin haïtien comme main-d'œuvre bon marché dans toute zone et en Haïti. Son bagage qui va le reconfirmer encore sous Jean-Claude, tout investissement réel américain qui va le faire en Haïti, c'est dans le secteur sous-traitance là. Côté que ces main-d'œuvre à bon marché, ils ont été exploités, mais pas gagné vraiment et de fondamental en termes d'investissement que ont été fait en Haïti. Et je dis, c'est très caricatural. Seul investissement américain d'envergure au capable de dire qui gagne en Haïti, c'est Hôtel Marriott. Pas gagné encore, même dans McDonald's, ils n'ont pas investi. Ouais, bon, et maintenant, c'est une conséquence, c'est tout à fait logique d'un choix et qui fait pour faire que Haïti, c'est pas un pays qui gagne un secteur industriel, un secteur de production et qui est consistant et qui est capable de créer job, qui est capable de créer emploi durable. Donc ça c'est tout à fait dans la suite logique de choix ça. Et au Kimbel, en 1957, États-Unis appuyé François Duvalier contre un industriel qui était un plan pour Haïti, quelque chose on est capable de dire, et pour l'autre bagage qui concerne Louis Desjoie, mais le Parti agricole industriel national était venu en projet de développement. Et qui ça que ils ont fait, de préférence appuyer François Duvalier, qui va faire tout ça, Johnny t'a décrit là, et qui, dans le cas des batailles contre l'expansion du communisme après la révolution à Cuba, on va parler trop vite, on parler plus doucement, après la révolution Cuba, eh bien, il va appuyer François Duvalier pour lui pratiquement empêcher expansion communisme dans la zone. Et ça va nous tout problème nous connaissons avec destruction de toute institution, de toute organisation, société civile, les syndicats, les associations d'étudiants, les partis politiques et tout. Et puis, on vient gagner, à cause de tout pas d'emploi, on vient gagner deux types de migration, ou gagner à la fois migration cadre, intellectuelle, professionnelle, et puis migration travailleur qui vient intensifier. Et bien, ça, libéral prend une vitesse encore plus terrible sous Jean-Claude. Et Léonie Tapsial et question Carolo Bosta, c'était un point d'exacerbation de situation et qui te menait à un exode massif et remarquable. Bon, alors, maintenant, je dis, et les confins empêcher les pays à développer. Et là, je te dis, ce n'est pas les États-Unis seulement. Ce n'est pas les États-Unis seulement, c'est tout un système. Bien entendu, avec les États-Unis au centre qui mène à Haïti là.
Mais pendant qu'on parle de ça,
parce que le système là, il passe par destruction de toute filière et production nationale, et du riz, élevage, nous qu'on a fait cochon créole là. Donc, ça vient créer un pile et chômage, et chômage ça même associé à répression, à toute forme de violence système là exercé, et bien il portait mon à quitter le pays. Donc, c'est ça qui arrivait, donc pas de job, et puis il y a un pile répression, un pile persécution. Donc, mon n'a pas le choix que quitter le pays. Je dis à l'arrivée non point limite. Je dis à la exacerber net, et la vie est impossible, surtout avec gang. Donc, pas de travail, grand pile insécurité, et donc, mon n'a pas le choix. C'est quitter le pays et autant que capable, et par tous les moyens.
So, Marvel, I don't think
par la frontière. et tout partout, yo capable et à quitter pays. Hein. Donc, là qu'on y a, alors, pour mettre un bout, Ernst, moi, ou bloquer. Alors, là qu'on y a aujourd'hui, ou abouti à crise politique et dans point ça lié là, et que politique là, c'est appuyer davantage groupe politique, groupe économique qui mène un pays là ensemble avec politique ça. Donc, c'est comme si nous il y a provoqué encore plus d'exode, plus de migration, parce que nous n'avons pas dans quel notre choix. Et c'est tellement vrai ça nous là. Moun qui tourne, dit, yo même, il y a parlé pour retourner encore.
Yeah, excellent.
Pas de la vie en Haïti.
Yeah, yeah. Non,
donc, ma prendre Brian Kokananda, savoir que faut quitter Haïtien, organiser le pays. Faut quitter nous relancer la production. Parce que sinon, nous ne pouvons pas arrêter la caille.
So thank you very much. I am trying to see, I think that there is an issue of translation. Can everybody, does everybody have access to the translation in English?
The English translation did resume at some point. At one point it was on the Creole channel, but it
okay.
has been working the last 5 minutes.
I'm sorry if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just listening to the translation, and I don't know if the translators can hear me, but at this point, both of you are translating into English, but in both channels. So just so that you know, because I know that one of you has to take a break.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we might have to be patient at some point because of translation issue, but so let's move on anyway. But those are good points that you mentioned, Marvel. And I want to, take it from there and then to say, when I started with the premise of insanity or magic, precisely it is because of the fact that we have seen over time that this pattern, was going to lead to this deconstruction of Haitian state, deconstruction of society, and so on and so on, and to the point that people cannot live in Haiti. Haiti is inhabitable for now, for Haitians to have a dream. Now, this is the question that is burning me here. Any deconstructions of Haitian state, disintegration of Haitian society, is a bad business for United States, US security, national security. So why in the name, not even in the name of Haitians, because of some kind of respect for Haitians, but why in the name of the US national security, there is no incentive to address institutional issues that will guarantee that Haitians not only stay where they are, but that will guarantee that Haiti protect its border against whatever kind of threat that the United States can perceive from outside, because a country that doesn't control its border is a country that doesn't exist. A country in which that state institutions don't function, it's a country that doesn't. So it is against the United States interest to do that. So why do you think that this persistence, beyond, it's clear that it's no longer a strategy, the strategy has failed, but why is this persistence of reiterating the same principle while we know and while the reality has shown that it doesn't work? So I don't know who is brave enough to pick on this fight. Go ahead, Bob, and after that, Mark.
Well, I certainly don't have the full answer, but I want to throw something out there because I think my fellow panelists have really hit on a lot of important issues. And if we go back to Johnny's comment on containment, I think this helps to give us a clue as to why US policy doesn't change. I mean, we contain people and we contain problems. That was containing pig disease, 30, 40 years ago, a disease which now is apparently resurfacing on the island of Hispaniola. But I think Daniel Foote said something quite interesting in his congressional briefing the other day that gives us, I think, an insight into US policy and the way it might view Haiti. Would be, he talked about the importance to seek and maintain stability. And so the US is looking for stability. And when you're looking for stability, it seems to me you want to support your trusted partners. So I know you were asking Ernst in the questions, who are the interlocutors for Haiti policy, US policy in Haiti? And I think that they're these trusted partners, the same trusted partners who have the lobbyists running around Washington, D.C., and who are part of the investment schemes that Johnny mentioned, the Taiwan, making Haiti the Taiwan of the Caribbean, which, was so instrumental in so much of the deterioration we see since then. So, so I think we have to keep in mind stability. And I think there's a human factor in here that I think we have to put in, is the fact that, people tend not to volunteer to work on Haiti. They get assigned Haiti. And if you're assigned Haiti, I think what's motivating you and driving you as an individual is, one, you don't want Haiti to ruin your career, because Haiti has this reputation as, it's a place where people go to have their careers ruined. And you want to kind of hold on, get through the time you're managing a Haiti policy, and then move on. And you want to keep Haiti off the front page of the newspaper, which is, as someone said, obviously the policy is failing. So I'll stop there with those comments and throw it open to whoever else wants to.
Excellent, Bob, your point that you mentioned, and I know that Brian would like to also to interject in it. Now, one point that emerged in what you were saying is in the whole idea of containment that Johnny already started and discussed, and stabilization that Ambassador Daniel Foote talked about. You mentioned the idea of the bureaucratic assignment. It happens that also the person who are going to have now, Ambassador Kenneth Merton, also at the end of his career, is going to be assigned bureaucratically to execute exactly the same policy. What are the risks? And later on, we will talk to see to what extent that we can recommend, or the type of practices. But how can we expect from the same actors, embedded within the same bureaucracy, with the same mind frame and mindset, what would motivate, for example, Ambassador Merton to do something else than what he did when he was in Haiti, during the time of installing Martelly, and then the president that came after that destroyed all the Haitian institutions, which is, as I said, against United States, a national security interests. So, Brian, walk me through this, because this is a kind of space in which that I, not only as an academic, but as a citizen, I don't understand. I cannot make sense of it. Why would you take a gun to shoot yourself in your own foot? What happens? What
I think it's important to go back to what Bob said at the beginning about policy is somewhat like sausage making, and it's really important who is making the sausage. And I think traditionally you have the sausages made by people with fairly concentrated economic interests, as Johnny mentioned. And that's in opposition to the rest of us. And the rest of us have an economic interest in the sense our investments in USAID and other things, we want them to work, and we don't want to have to keep rebuilding things. That's a really diffuse interest. We pay a few dollars in taxes at the most every year for our failed Haiti policy, whereas American Rice has a lot of money on the line. So obviously they're going to work harder to exert influence. And the other part of Haiti policy is made by the foreign policy establishment, which has an institutional fear of people like Haitians, and this is, you obviously cannot separate that from the racism that has infected the rest of the U.S. policymaking establishment for the last couple hundred years, and that's who's kind of has traditionally been making that policy. Where I'm seeing some hope is that there's other people in the kitchen now working on making that sausage. One particularly promising cook for me is the Haitian diaspora, and that I think it's a normal maturation of the diaspora that's happened with many ethnic groups, including mine. I come from an Irish American tradition, and we faced a lot of the discrimination that Haitians have and are still facing. But as part of you start getting the people who immigrate and work the 3 jobs, they send their kids to college, and they're developing power. And just looking at, someone mentioned in the previous panel, the NAON, the National Haitian American Elected Officials Network. When I started working on Haiti, there was one state rep in Massachusetts. That was NAON. Now they've got, I don't know, it's like 60 or 70 members. That's a power source, and people are contacting their members of Congress. I think Representative Gregory Meeks, who's head of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, he's doing a good job, as are people from South Florida, New York, elsewhere. I think in large part because they're hearing from their constituents who are Haitian Americans who are effectively advocating for better policies. I think there's hope in kind of the arrival in Congress of people who are willing to push back against foreign policy orthodoxy. One of the things that we've seen, it doesn't matter who's president, but people from the president's own party in Congress are very reluctant to push back against their foreign policy. That has changed this year. The Foreign Affairs Committee, they had a hearing in April. That was everybody at the briefing was Haitian American or Haitian, and they got information that was very different from the types of information they've been getting previously. They just had that hearing of Ambassador Foote where they asked really hard questions. They gave Ambassador Foote an opportunity to make these critical statements about U.S. foreign policy, and the Foreign Affairs Committee really, seemed to share his concerns in important ways. I think the appointment of Ambassador Merton as Charge d'Affaires, I think has been perceived certainly in Haiti as a slap in the face to Haitians. I think could be a slap in the face to the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We have to give Ambassador Merton the opportunity to see what he does, but I think there certainly is a risk, as you mentioned, because he was so instrumental in implementing some of the problematic policies. But I do have hope that that the people who are making the sausage are changing in a way that we can fundamentally improve this policy.
So, Brian, I am going to base my next question on what you said in terms of the hope with the involvement of the diaspora, the new configuration, of Congress, the emergence of new actors, in power in the United States. And I am going to base on it to ask, each one of you, and we have 7 minutes before we open it, to other questions coming from other people, because we have other questions that also we wanted to ask, but given the constraint of time, what would be the recommendations? What should be the key pillars that determine U.S. policy toward Haiti today? And I will start with, I don't know, Leonie raised her hand, but I don't know if we can start with Johnny and then Leonie, and then we go until each one of you, have exhausted. Go ahead.
Thanks, Tanser is delighted to answer the question. But before I answer the question, let me add a couple of things. I think I want to throw in another word here for you to consider, which is contempt. Contempt of Haitians has been sort of the guiding philosophy of U.S. envoys to Haiti. The best example is the fact that as Haitians have repeatedly complained that the attitude, the behavior of the most recent ambassador, Ms. Sisson, has been quite detrimental, with respect to relations with Haiti. Now, there's something that Foote said when he resigned, which I think we have to take into account. Frankly, when you have a number of diplomats at various levels who are essentially headquartered in a compound, and they rarely come out of that compound in order to mingle with people in the countryside or in Port-au-Prince or in the major cities, you have a situation in which they're essentially isolated. And they're isolated, not so much isolated that in fact, as I understand it, that they regularly commission food imports for lunch, so that they can have lunch on a daily basis. So not even consuming anything that is being produced in country. at that point. So I think that, to some extent, that magnifies the isolation that people in Haiti or in Washington who are responsible for U.S. policy in Haiti have done. Now, the question then becomes, what we have ended up with is the following, frankly. Haiti's major export right now is its people. I mean, they're all over the place. I mean, they're going to the Dominican Republic, they're going to the Bahamas, to Turks and Caicos. They obviously they're also going to Cuba as well. But they're also going all over the place, Central, South America, and North America. So these people, as has been noted in the prior panel, are people who have a certain degree of sophistication because they are educated, they have been exposed to a number of ideas coming from the world and so on, and they can tell the difference between their lives and the lives that they could enjoy were they given half a chance. And to me, that's where I come to the issue. Giving Haitians half a chance means really radically moving away from current policy and saying, how can we, and answer the question, how can the United States help Haiti level the playing field? And meaning, and level the playing field, as far as I'm concerned, means that you focus on ensuring that Haitians have the basic capacity, to move the needle in their own country. And that means focus on education, focus on healthcare, focus on building economic opportunities where the kind of energy that these people have demonstrated when they took to boats or they took to traveling to South and Central America and have made something of themselves. That kind of energy can be transformed. Obviously, the Haitian diaspora is a significant factor and can be a significant factor in U.S. policymaking, and I'm hoping that it transforms itself into a very powerful force at all levels. But I think, frankly, without pressure from outside, U.S. administration will remain unaccountable primarily because a lot of the people who are working on Haiti policy are contemptuous of Haitians.
So that's a very good point that you make. And we are going to ask the rest of the panelists to go a little faster than Johnny, but not forcing the beauty, the power of your thinking. So we go to Leonie.
I'm back.
The question,
I'm back. Yes, I apologize.
Yeah,
I've been
it's
struggling
okay.
with the Zoom. Well,
yeah, the question, just to remind you, the question is about what should be the pillars, the key pillars of U.S. foreign policy toward Haiti now in this moment. And I would like you to keep it very short. And Johnny mentioned the whole idea of content, but at the same time, the necessity to put Haitians at the center. Go ahead.
Well, I agree, absolutely, necessity to put Haitian at the center, to rethink of the policies that weaken all institutions, including, the electoral process. I mean, I think that if we're going to move forward with a stronger Haiti, the institutions, whether it's civil society institutions, whether it's the electoral process itself, which is a joke right now, the United States should really take a look at the contemptuous, the racist policies that have, again, helped Haiti to descend into the hell that it is today. But I also have to be remiss, Dr. Marston, if I don't talk about the US side of it. We keep talking about the Haiti side of it, but for those of us who sit in Miami and in New York and who have to deal with the consequences of these policies, whether it's thousands of migrants who are coming to us as the first space of support and who have nothing and who put us under incredible strain. All of us community-based community organization, we are placed under an incredible amount of strain, unable to continue with our own efforts of community building, of everything that we do in the community. Foreign policy is really impacted our ability to do our work locally in the United States. And I don't know that the American government has even recognized the impact of such policies on diaspora and Haitian organizations in the United States.
That's a very fair point, a very powerful point. And let's move to Bob. What's your thinking on that?
2 points. One, to go back to your Einsteinian metaphor, Aaron's, I'm a little encouraged with the fact that at least in recent weeks, maybe months now, the US administration has actually deigned to engage with civil society groups, what had been pushed to the side and ignored. So let's hope that that continues. And in that regard, I'm reminded of a phrase that was used by Trump during his 2016 elections in trying to get Black votes. You know, he said, oh, well, what do you have to lose? Well, my point is, what does US policy have to lose by engaging people who have energy, ideas, and the resiliency of withstanding the deterioration and dysfunction of Haiti's state? So engage with them and engage fully and engage them as complete partners in your policy. I think that's the advice I would give. And then one other thing, we haven't talked about aid policy. And I know it's a big thing to open up at this point in the panel, but I just want to mention that I think the aid policy has really contributed significantly to the disintegration of the Haitian state and also to the destabilization of Haitian society. So I would say the key component of that was when the US decided that it had to bypass the Haitian state in the days, the waning days of Jean-Claude. And what was created out of that was this so-called Republic of NGOs. Mm. And we've seen, you know, the performance of this Republic of NGOs and for-profit contractors has been totally deficient. It has done nothing to assist the people of Haiti. So this is another place where you've got to get into your Einsteinian metaphor and say, stop it, stop that approach. One, work with the people of Haiti who have their institutions, and you don't have to throw multi-millions of dollars at them like you do to these for-profit contractors. You can work in smaller amounts locally and support that, okay? And okay, I don't want to take up too much time, so I'll stop there.
Wonderful. Remember also, you can send us, you know, these recommendations and we will integrate it into the document. And Marvel?
Oui, alors, un petit mot m'a placé dans toute préoccupation nous gagnons, à poser tête nos questions. Et ça qui explique États-Unis toujours la même politique ça, et d'autre part, qui ça, et qui t'a doué, et principal changement qui t'a doué porter dans la politique États-Unis vis-à-vis Haïti. Moi-même, m'a posé tête nos questions. Est-ce que dans pile bagay na boué, et retour, maintenant, les renforcer l'interrogation, ça là carrément. Est-ce que par exemple des groupes d'intérêt aux États-Unis qui ont influencé politique Washington? Est-ce que c'est seulement le département d'État? Est-ce que c'est seulement White House? Est-ce que par exemple des groupes d'intérêt qui liés à des oligarques, pour nous reprendre nos mots chers à Jovenel Moïse, est-ce que par exemple des gens aux États-Unis qui gagnent des intérêts liés avec des gens en Haïti qui n'ont politique, qui n'ont mafia locale et qui gagnent en pile intérêt à défendre qui fait que yo pas vle yon l'autre courant rive renverser vapeur prend direction affaire en Haïti. Si nous pas essayer de garder le comme ça tout, nous ne doit toujours pas capable de comprendre ce qui a passé là. D'accord.
Merci un peu, Marvel. Sont encore un autre point qui est important là-dedans. Et Brian?
from my perspective, in terms of principles for basing an improved U.S. policy to Haiti, I agree with what everybody else has said about removing the contempt and the racism and improving aid policy. In my own work, there's lots of things that the U.S. could do to help advance human rights and to promote institutions of accountability. But in the current context, a lot of that is just is straightening out the deck chairs on the Titanic, because as long as we're preventing the Haitians from, in the words of Daniel Foote, charting their own course without international puppeteering, we're never going to have a successful result. And so in the end, what we really need to do is to allow Haitians to chart their own course without international puppeteering.
Thank you. Now we are going to go to some questions. I'm reading them, as we go. And one of the first questions that came to us and to everybody here is, how can we interpret the actions of Ambassador Simpson countering, systematically Ambassador Foote's initiative? And the question is made in the light of Professor Maguire's comment, "Don't rock the boat" mentality of career diplomats in Haiti. So how do you interpret the actions of Ambassador Simpson's countering, destabilizing the effort, the transformative effort that Ambassador Foote was trying to do at the level of foreign policy toward Haiti? That's the first question. Anybody who wants to take it from there?
Go ahead, Bob.
I would simply say that I think we've kind of laid this out already, that the ambassador was there to represent stability and the interests of the United States with its trusted partners. And that was particularly true under the prior administration, and it seems to have maintained itself under the present one. So we will now see if indeed the United States can kind of take that Titanic and rearrange the deck chairs and then maybe move the direction of the ship a little bit so it doesn't hit the next iceberg, and try to open up and engage more fully, as I think we've already mentioned.
Okay, there is another question that asks for the, is there a French section or segment in the Haitian private sector that can be reached in order to involve, that US policymakers can involve with, in order for them to have new partnership and involve in new forms of diplomacy in Haiti? Anybody wants to take it? I know that Marvel was mentioning the whole idea of a kind of obscure connections between different kind of sectors in profiteering sectors in the United States with, the traditional establishment, in the private sectors in Haiti. But is there any segment in this area, in this sector of society that can be engaged in a productive reconstruction of Haiti with support from the United States?
So, Ernst, should the question be who benefits and who doesn't? Because that's always the bottom line. If you're trafficking guns illegally, then you're benefiting tremendously from it, right? Mm-hmm. And if if you're losing workers, so I think that it's evident that there is no monolithic homogeneous block, and that there's a diversity of interests. So of course, people can be engaged based on not necessarily how they feel, but how their interests are being jeopardized or threatened by the current status quo.
Mm-hmm.
Let me add, Ernst, that I think that if I may say something, that the battle for the soul of US policy must be waged in Washington, D.C. As has been already mentioned, you have a number of interest groups, very powerful interest groups that hire large lobbying firms to promote their agenda in DC. And these people are essentially the ones benefiting from, who have benefited from their position in Haitian society. I mean, they may be fooling themselves that, that by allowing the situation in Haiti to fester to that point that they continue to be safe. I don't think that they are safe, but I'm saying that the battle for the soul of US policy must be waged in Washington, both inside the administration and outside the administration. So that's why I think it would be a very good idea for everybody who is who cares about Haiti and basically subscribes to the idea that Haitians should be at the forefront of policymaking and should be at the center of concern of US policy, should really sort of ally themselves together, so that we can have a much more stronger voice in DC, and at the same time, frankly, and have a stronger voice in Port-au-Prince and the other regional capitals in the country. Because to a certain extent, I mean, if the provisions are correct, a lot of the investments that are going to go into Haiti are going to be coming from the Haitian diaspora, and that's what I think needs to happen at some point. And right now it's much bigger than any US aid that's going into the country, and this needs to be recognized.
If I could just add one thing, and I think in any conversation, particularly this one, words matter an awful lot. And the questioner asked about the private sector. And if you were being asked to define what is the Haitian private sector, you'd probably define it as the very big and powerful business interests. I would want to redefine that and stop using that term and use the term business sector or entrepreneurial sector, because as Johnny talked about, the kind of investment that will come into Haiti, you don't want that investment to be thwarted by a private sector that's always looking out for its own interest. And what is one of Haiti's most vibrant sectors that gets totally ignored most of the time? The cultural and artisanal sector. And here you're working with individual entrepreneurs or groups of entrepreneurs, business people, but you don't have to work through a private sector. You can work in the business sector more broadly.
Excellent. And we have another question. We have time for one more question. And it speaks to one of the questions actually we had to discuss, but we didn't talk about. It is the whole problematic of the core group. Problematic because the way that the attendee asked the question is that, first of all, should there be a core group in Haiti? And how can that core group exercise a positive role in the transformation in addressing the crisis in Haiti? Anybody who wants to take this?
Sure.
So I have to explain that the core, yeah, go ahead.
Could you repeat the question? Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah,
I want to hear what Marvell says.
Yeah, so let me repeat the question so that people can be there. It's a question that has many questions into it, but actually what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to simplify it in a way that everybody can understand. The core group, which is a group of ambassadors led by the United States that make strategic decisions on all policy matters, internal and external for Haiti. That's what they call the core group. Now, the attendee asked a question: should there be a core group in a country? In Haiti, and if there is a need for a core group, what should be the transformative actions that the core group can take in order for them to address the current crisis in Haiti? So, Marvell, and then Brian. We have only 6 minutes to go. So,
Est-ce que nous avons un corps groupe en Haïti? Et corps groupe là, il existait de fait ou bien de façon, nous t'avons capable de dire, institutionnelle. Parce que en Haïti, depuis qu'il y a un problème, tous partenaires internationaux sont toujours réunis. Donc, corps groupe là, c'est un phénomène qui est toujours là dans la réalité haïtienne. Et pas aujourd'hui.
Marvell. Sorry, Herms, pardon, Marvell. For those of you, the translation to English is on the Creole channel for now, just so that you know. We're having issues with the translation. Could you, pardon, Marvell, allez-y.
So everybody who are English speakers switch to Creole.
Yeah, just go to the Creole channel. That's what.
And you will listen. Okay, go, Marvell.
Okay, sorry.
Good,
Ok,
Marvin.
ok. D'accord. Et ça m'a dit, c'est que quoi groupe là, d'une manière ou d'une autre, il existait. Mais maintenant, là, ils mettent de façon institutionnelle, c'est pour renforcer l'idée que ce n'est pas Haïtien qui a dirigé Haïti. En fait, c'est ça lié. Je voulais dire que c'est son pays qui est sous tutelle. D'accord. L'autre bagaille qui est important et concernant et groupe là, c'est que en réalité, c'est les États-Unis qui ont dirigé le groupe là. Et yo défini par la comme ça, à savoir que Haïti, c'est dans le backyard, c'est dans la cour États-Unis. Donc, c'est les États-Unis qui ont priorité. Yeah. Donc, tous les partenaires réunis autour des États-Unis. Et il y a l'Union européenne qui a commencé à démarquer le corps groupe. Et mais rapidement, ils ont retourné dans la place. C'est ça. Même là, ils n'ont pas fini d'accord, non, mais ils ont été silencieux. Il y a son compromis qui gagne, et ça fait partie de partage monde là. Où elle est, là, c'est sphère américaine. Donc, tout le monde est cool par rapport aux États-Unis. Donc, c'est ça. L'autre partenaire qui est extrêmement important dans le corps groupe là, c'est BINU. Et avec Madame Hélène Lalim, américaine. Donc, c'est eux deux, c'est États-Unis avec Lalim qui a dirigé Haïti. C'est ça. Maintenant, si tu as un groupe qui est capable de faire un bagage positif en Haïti, il faut qu'il soit capable de chita avec tout le monde, mais ce n'est pas ça à faire.
Yeah.
C'est ça.
Okay, I take it from there again. I'll go back to Brian. Brian, please go ahead.
I agree with Marvell that the core group has mostly, its current purpose is to A, control things in Haiti, and B, control the international response to events in Haiti by the United States. And there isn't a constructive role for that kind of a core group in Haiti. As long as it's playing that role, we're going to have the catastrophic results that Ambassador Foote predicted. I think that there is an opportunity for a better organized international involvement in Haiti. I think some examples are in with CARICOM's engagement, especially after the 2004 coup, where CARICOM was engaging in a very principled way based on its charter, based on the realities of Haiti's democratic structure, not on who they liked or who they didn't like. So I think there are opportunities for international engagement in Haiti, but it's hard to see in the current context how that would actually play out in a way that was not controlled by the United States and used as a way of keeping other countries in line.
Yeah, Hans, I think that it's really important that any international engagement needs to be open with a clear agenda. Because what has happened is that by working in the semi-quasi shadows, the core group has made policies, weakened institutions, uplifted corrupt leaders, and yet projected this image that Haitians just don't know how to rule themselves without taking any responsibility for the fact that this malfunctionment of the system is clearly, squarely part of their responsibilities, whether it's the way MINISTA was pulled out without really building local capacity to protect, whether it is the United States training the Haitian police, and we know where we are right now, whether it is USAID's economic investments through their grants and their programs in agriculture, all these roles that continue to descend, to sink the country into despair, dysfunctionment, and violence, they are not taking responsibility for it. Ambassador Sisson has been given a promotion after all the trail of despair, the trail of violence that she has left in her wake. She is being promoted. Her career has not gotten, not just a little, been tarnished, not a bit. So we don't need the core group. We need to have principled collaboration aligned with the vision of Haitians, aligned with what Haitians want to accomplish.
So really, yeah, go ahead.
Real quick comment.
Yes.
In my classes now, the topic of great interest is the kind of the decolonization of development assistance and aid. And given that, I think the core group looks more and more, to me anyway, like a kind of a neo-colonial group. Nobody wants to say, oh, Haiti needs to become a trusteeship. But it seems to me that the core group kind of functions that way. And so let's reimagine the core group. And I think there's a new core group that has emerged in Haiti of Haitians. And that would be those people who are signing on to the Montana Accord, who are kind of organizing themselves to make Haiti their own. And so we don't need an international core group anymore. Let's engage Haiti through working with Haitians, a new core group, so to speak.
So really, thank you very much for, it has been and it is a productive panel. It is because we will be continuing exchanges in many ways, but let me just rapidly summarize, because before we take our break here, we know that the premise of colonization has been at the core of the US interventions, the US relations with Haiti, articulated around the international community. It's not just the US standing alone. And second, we saw that the nefarious consequences of this policy on the deconstruction of society and its institutions. And now to reverse that, we suggest some strategic pillars that should be at the core of, and that we are going to push forward. It is Haitians at the center, Haitian core group in the sense that the Haitians are taking in hand their own destiny, and investing in engaging Haitian diaspora should be part of what a US policy is it can draw from, and also engaging with a civil society organization which has actually provided some elements of hope in the context of crisis where we are. So we hope to channel all of these recommendations and make them clear in front of the Biden administration, the State Department, the officials not that we hope that they will learn something new, because they already know, they know what they are doing. But the point is to provide paths in order for them to see exactly how they can build on what we suggested, what the populations in Haiti, the civil society institutions are suggesting. They can build on that for the sake of United States, national security, not even for the Haitians, for themselves, and they have to take that into account. And I thank you very much for that, and I thank the panelists, all those attendees, and we are going to continue, but let Lillian tell us what is going to happen immediately after.
Yes, so we don't quite have 5 minutes of a break. We have about only 2 or 3 minutes. We'll return at 11:45 for the next panel. Okay, so let's get the panelists on the third panel ready. And could someone, thank you. And just Pierre. Pierre, si vous pouvez mettre vos caméras on. Good afternoon, just so that you know, these three speakers in this panel will be speaking in Creole. You can find the translation in English in the English channel. If by any chance you have difficulty, or you go to the English channel and you don't see the English translation, just switch to the Creole. It might be on the Creole channel. And I am not sure if Pierre, vous êtes avec nous?
I don't see him on the panel yet, Lillian.
Okay, thank you.
He was here. I think that something
Yeah,
happened. He might come back.
Okay. Okay, so I will continue and please, Tony or Hearns, if you could follow up with Brandon. Maybe he just needs to have his camera on and Mike.
And we will follow up.
Okay, thank you. So our third panel, sorry everybody, our third panel we'll be discussing Haiti's systemic crisis and responses of the diaspora. So the focus is on what can the diaspora do to help Haiti's systemic crisis, and what has been the role of the diaspora, and what will be, right, the role of the diaspora moving on. We are very lucky in many ways to have Honorable Claudette Worley with us. She's the former Prime Minister of Haiti. We also have Jean Sanville from Solidarité Québec Haiti. We have Karine Jocelyn from Haitian Women's Collective, and Pierre Esperance, who I hope will be joining us soon, from the National Network for the Defense of Human Rights. And so to start, I would like the panelists, especially Madame Worley first, but then the other panelists, to address the following question. The international media has drawn attention to Haiti's current problems: corrupt political leadership, poor governance, failure of the rule of law that has enabled impunity and maintained an oligarchy. And meanwhile, the root causes of Haiti's suffering remain obscured by the crisis of the present. So can you help the audience understand how Haiti has come to the point where all aspects of socioeconomic, political, and institutional life have deteriorated to the point that for many, life in Haiti is not livable? So if Madame Relay could start, and then of course the rest of you join in.
Bonjour Liliane, merci en pile. Vous présentez moi comme ancien Premier ministre. Rôle moi ou bien travail moi c'est dans l'éducation grand monde, et c'est là me senti malaise, et c'est comme ça m'a parlé avec nous, c'est pour ça m'a choisi parler avec nous en créole tout. Haïtien parti a quitté pays, et puis tout yeux braqués sous lui a demandé pour qui ça, et n'a cherché raison, et tout bagaille braqué sur Haïti. C'est vrai, mais situation montre nous tout que le grand mouvement qu'a fait, eh bien, à la fois, il y a un paquet de raisons qui fait que Haïti a quitté le pays, il faut que nous cherchions ouais, et comprendre pour qui ça, Mais gon pas quatre raisons tout. Ça veut dire que gagnons pôle d'attraction. Ça veut dire gagne l'autre pays qui a attiré yo. Et faut que nous garder qui ça qui passé dans l'autre pays ça yo pour qui ça qui gens y a attiré mon côté yo. Donc c'est tout ça pour nous garder. Mais m'a commencé par un bagage parce que pour montrer gens ça dans culture nous. Depuis hier au matin ça qui vient dans tête moi, ils ont chanté m'bral chercher la vie l'autre côté oh. Ça veut dire tout le temps nous pas gain la vie en Haïti et bon qualité la vie. C'est normal d'aller chercher l'autre côté, d'aller chercher l'autre côté oh. Donc nous ici comprendre que n'a vinn prendre travail. C'est vrai n'a chercher travail. Pour qui ça ici a chercher travail parce que son façon digne et c'est travail qui montre nous que lors de travail ou recevons un salaire après ça avec l'argent ça ou qu'avoir petit pour l'école ou capable de bel cas etc. Mais faut que nous cherchions tout. Ça veut dire modèle société y a offrir nous et ça c'est toute bagarre que ce soit télévision que ce soit petit téléphone nous prend toute bagaille à montrer nous que la vie, belle qualité la vie, c'est seulement dans le pays comme aux États-Unis, dans le pays comme l'Europe liée. Donc c'est normal, tout le monde a cherché qualité la vie ça. Donc faut que nous cherchions garder ça, tout modèle ça. Mais modèle ça, craser culture nous, façon nous vivre. Tout ça nous te gagné, un paquet mécanisme côté a crasé yo. Me fait fêter 75 ans. L'aime t'a grandi. Rad l'école moins, rad que mette la caille. En Haïti, tissu a été fait en Haïti, moun qui t'a koudli a té en Haïti, soulier m't'a mette a cordonnier c'est en Haïti le té et petit cordonnier ça, et bien il était dans même l'école avec moi. Petit moun qui t'a fait rad moyen ou uniforme moi, il était dans même l'école avec nous. Donc, un paquet de bagages qui a changé et manger, t'es content. Haïti t'a plaidé voyer provision dans tout reste Caraïbes là parce que nous produisons plus et un paquet de côté, il n'y a pas de gain de l'eau, donc nous t'a voyer manger. Donc, et ça c'est dans la vie un seul monde, dans la vie qui coûte, situation changer, situation a changé en pile. Donc, là nous voulons changer situation. Faut que nous changions un paquet de bagages, oui, c'est vrai qu'en Haïti, le gouvernement, c'est pas seulement que corrompu, ça veut dire que le gouvernement sous des structures qui a crasé, mais structures pas de jambes là vraiment pour Haïti, pour mettre Haïti campé. Nous sommes ministre affaires sociales. Premier jour, un paysan voyait une lettre bon moins en créole. Eh bien, secrétaire comme tu gagné, comme tu prends choisi, comme tu voyais chercher dans l'école, puis bon l'école qui était là, qui a préparé secrétaire, qui préparé mon bilingue. Eh bien, il pas de l'île parce que mode pays noir, il tourné vers l'extérieur, vers l'autre pays, il pas la structure qui mettait en place. Là, c'est pas de structure qui est là pour servir pays, pour servir monde dans le pays. Et il y a un problème que nous gagnons jusqu'à présent, et ça c'est un problème qui font, je ne vais pas arrêter là parce que faut quitter l'autre monde parler. Il y a un paquet de causes qui la coulière, corruption, etc. Mais il y a une série de causes qui sont longtemps, qui sont dans notre histoire, mais pas seulement dans l'histoire, ni dans la culture. Nous pouvons vraiment un peuple, une nation en Haïti. Nous pouvons former ça. Et tout le temps, nous pouvons former le pousser à faire pas nous que nous régler avant. N'a pas l'autre tout l'homme parce que nous pas qu'à résoudre problème nous pour tout. Et pour les haïtiens tout partout et d'ailleurs plus fort haïtiens qui fin former c'est deux yo pour les. Mais faut nous commencer à réfléchir sur nous pour nous-mêmes et former une nation, ça veut dire mettre tête nous ensemble et heureusement qu'il y a un petit effort qui commence à faire dans ce sens-là. Côté c'est nous-mêmes qui mettons tête nous ensemble. Mais il faut que nous voyons tout, pendant qu'on fait ça, eh bien, il y a une série de l'autre bagaille qui a crasé nous, kap empêché nous vraiment vin yon pays n'ta ka di côté moun yo gen la vie. Nous camper là.
Thank you so much. And so for all the panelists, so what do you think, what can we do, what can be done right now that will serve as steps in that direction, right? So how can we become a nation? How can we create a place where, as Madame Worgley was speaking, where we can, where Haitians can dream of and create their future. So what urgent tasks must be executed in order for Haiti to liberate itself from the oppressive structures that have been imposed on its people from inside and from outside of the country? And
bon,
whether Jean or Pierre.
Si met lanse mwen nan diskusyon rapide kon sa, pou mwen men se nan koze ya. E nda invite nou fon kou d'œil sou identite Haitien ki ap pran lanme, kap kouri kite Haiti yo, sou ki rive en ba pon sou frontière Texas la. Eske nou we yon milat Haitien? Eske nou we yon kwateron Haitien? Non. Eh bien, ça qui arrive, c'est que nation que nous gagnons kounyan là, sont faux républiques. Sont républiques nègres, anti-nègres, que messieurs ont créé après 17 octobre 1806, sous même modèle reste continent l'Amérique là, bâti société yo sous suprématie blanche. Yon bagay qui vraiment ta doué frapper nous, c'est les nous li phrase Papa Dessalines te dit 1er janvier 1804 là. Et si la yo qui gen papa yo en Afrique, est-ce que yo pas besoin rien? Les Papa Dessalines t'a dit ça pendant même une vingtaine d'années, même quarantaine d'années après. Petite l'Afrique Guinée qui t'a passé misère dans mati l'esclavage aux États-Unis, tout partout dans l'Amérique, yo te gagné seul Haïti côté que yo te capable recevoir yo pour yo vivre tant que monde. Ça te fait sous Christophe côté que gon bateau que Christophe accueilli en 1807. Après ça tout reste moun yo jusqu'à ce que on paquet petite l'Afrique Guinée qui sorti aux États-Unis joindre refuge en Haïti. Mais je ne veux dire qui est-ce qui a couru quitter pays yo? C'est pas en Haïti seulement mon a couru quitter pays yo. Dans toute l'Amérique latine, qui est-ce qui a couru quitter Bolivie? Qui est-ce qui a couru quitter République Dominicaine? Qui est-ce qui a couru quitter Congo? Un pays qui est plus riche sur la planète là, qui a mouru dans la Méditerranée. Les ancêtres nous continuent à tomber dans le fond de la mer parce que gagner une difficulté dans gens nous parler de crise que l'humanité a vécu aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui, a causé pandémie qui a parlé. Eh bien, nous-mêmes nous dit que Haïti sont scène de crime international. Criminels identifiables. Nous connaissons, nous voyons. Même gens pendant crime esclavagiste là t'a fait là, blanc t'a marché bay menti à toute famille en Europe, il dit que c'est bon Dieu la porté pour moun yo. Ouais. Et il écrit toute qualité livre menti pour dire que c'est bon Dieu la monté bay moun yo. Et il engage moun ou gen moun takou Voltaire, tout soi-disant moun siècle des Lumières, yo kapé kon bonne menti pour dire mais qui ça blanc pral faire. Et c'est ça que fait journée jodi a ou gen côté aux États-Unis yo fait fêter Christophe Colomb. Yo criminel, yo assassin qui dévasté l'Amérique. Donc crime que n'a vécu journée jodi a pour nous nommer ni pandémie, c'est suprématie blanc. Et c'est pas un hasard que bagay après les corps groupe que nous sommes parlé de l'IA là, il semblait tête coupée avec alliance qui était faite en 1805 entre cousins blancs français et cousins blancs américains pour y mettre un embargo sous Haïti. Donc moi-même je pense un problème que nous avons dans la diaspora, c'est que nous avons utilisé langage qui pas nommé maladie exactement Jean lié. Et c'est ça qui rend colon esclavagiste confortable. Al gade pou wè, identité haïtien qui nommé dans Pandora Papers yo. Et puis comparé yo avec haïtien qui sous frontière et Texas avec Mexique. Yo wap wè que modèle néocolonial là, c'est un réplica de modèle colonial là. Pendant modèle colonial là, ou te gen 20 000 affranchis qui te compté sous l'armée des États-Unis, l'armée de la France, l'armée de l'Europe, pour yo contrôler 450 000 petites l'Afrique Guinée ou te fait ou esclaves. Jounen jodi a, c'est 15 familles blancs qui contrôlaient toute économie pays d'Haïti et qui importé des armes pour yo manipuler gang qui pour permettre yo mettre peau pétrole, peau noire comme faux président, faux premier ministre et latrier. Yon modèle comme ça, ou pas qu'à corriger, c'est craser pour créer un lot bagay pour nous capable de créer une vraie nation qui basée sur le principe tout le monde c'est monde.
Hi, good morning. I'm actually going to speak English. C'est pas que je vais parler créole, mais plus confortable en anglais. Je remercie Monsieur Saint-Ville. My name is Karine. I guess I kind of wear two hats today. I'm the founder of the Haitian Women's Collective, but I also run an organization in New York called Diaspora Community Services, formerly known as the Haitian Women's Program. And many of the folks here probably know about the organization because back in the 1980s, they did a lot of work around resettling refugees. It's my pleasure to be here as the daughter of Haiti. And, you know, I think the conversation today has really been very enriching. And I could not leave today as part of a panelist without our being able to look at our own US country, right? We can't talk about Haiti without talking about whether or not Black Lives Matter in Haiti. We talk about Black Lives Matter in the US, and in the past year, really there's been, I would say, a social revolution around Black Lives Matter, around anti-racism, around white supremacy. I think it's a time for us to get uncomfortable in order for us to get comfortable. And I think with Haiti, for someone who would be on here, granted, you've already had so many wonderful speakers to better understand, right? The issue is, are we listening to the people of Haiti? For the past 2-3 years, even the people of Haiti have said very loudly, very clearly about the past administration. They've talked about Petro Caribe. They've asked, where did the money go? They're tired of all of this. And we listen and we move on. We listen and we kind of move on. And the reality is, it is what we are seeing today. There's an impact about all of that, right? And the impact is increased poverty. The impact is more people trying to leave the country. And Mr. Saint-Ville is so right. It's not just Haiti, right? We have to look at how the US and these core groups, if you will, impact other countries where people have to leave their countries, right? For safety and to live a decent life. It's more, the impact is about gangs. The impact is insecurity. The impact is, the continued waste of funds and fraud. And so if we're talking about why are we here and how do we get out of here, we need to be able to kind of look at all of those areas and also to say, we know that international aid doesn't work. If it worked, we'd be so much further. For the billions of dollars that are spent in Haiti, for the billions of dollars that have been spent over the years, if we just took, 2010 earthquake to now. And so I think when we have this conversation about what we need to do, what the diaspora needs to do, what all of us need to do, we need to be able to also look at international aid, and we need to look at accountability. As an example, could you imagine in the United States that an organization like the Red Cross would be given $1 billion to build homes and they built nothing, that they would not be held accountable in the United States? As a nonprofit practitioner for myself, I run an organization. For every single dollar that I spend, either at the city, the state, or federal level, I'm held accountable for it. And so it is, I think, kind of a holistic, collective approach to making the changes that we want to see.
Bonsoir et tout le monde, merci pour l'opportunité ça et nous vraiment pour faire un petit parler avec nous sur ça n'a vivre en Haïti. Je pense que je me connais plus fort et dans nous là Oh, nous tous nous connaissons. Et bon, je nous présente la situation, pas vraiment grand pile bagay m'a dit, mais ça m'a capable de dire, ça n'a vécu en Haïti. De sorti 2017 pour arriver journée aujourd'hui, nous pas jamais vivre depuis 1986 après peuple haïtien dévoyé dictateur et aller Jean-Claude Duvalier et peuple haïtien a fait choix et justice et sociale. Et côté que ou gagne un régime qui sous pouvoir, même dit sous pouvoir, même si Jovenel mourit, mais c'est PHTK qui sous pouvoir, et premier ministre qui là, il continue à appliquer politique et PHTK, mais qui ça nous joint? Nous avons un régime de sorti 2017 pour y région aujourd'hui, qui écrasait toute institution. Ou pas capable de parler état des droits en Haïti aujourd'hui, pas état des droits, il y a un indicateur qui dit pour aller vers l'état des droits, c'est là quand même institution yo aller vers même leur problème pas d'institution clé l'état yo quasiment et pas existé. Par exemple, sous pour une institution tant que la police qui c'est seule force sécurité que nous gagnons journée aujourd'hui, eh bien la police a crasé. La justice haïtienne sorti 2017 pour le journée aujourd'hui, il fonctionnait en moyenne 3-4 mois sur une année. 3-4 mois sur une année. Et pour l'année 2021, à peine si la justice là fonctionnait en moyenne 2 mois. Tellement, et un problème, côté qu'on pouvoir qui fait alliance avec gang, et gang yo contrôler 60% territoire pays. Nous, Haïtiens qui vivent en d'un pays, nous vivons au jour le jour. Parce que, ou une situation côté que, par un côté où il y a, je dis en Haïti, ou et en sécurité. Et ou prisonniers, et d'un département à un autre, par exemple, un monde qui vit dans le département de l'Ouest et dans la zone Port-au-Prince, et ou pas capable d'aller dans le Grand Sud facile. Et là, pour aller fort ou informer si gang yo et dans la zone et Matissan, il y a bon espace pour passer. Et gang yo, qui côté ils viennent armes avec munitions, c'est l'État, c'est le régime qui bat aux armes. Haïti pas fait armes avec munitions, armes yo en pile là dans sorti aux États-Unis, yo rentré dans port yo frontière yo et aéroport yo, et nous-mêmes dans RNDDH sorti 2018 pour les journées aujourd'hui, nous documenter 13 massacres dans la zone métropolitaine. 13 massacres. Et massacres, ça, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? C'est gang yo. Et c'est autorité dans l'État qui mettait moyens à la disposition gang yo pour faire massacre ça. Mais pour qui ça les massacres ça? C'est parce que moun n'a quartier défavorisé yo et yo constitue une force de résistance et contre le régime qui est sous pouvoir. Ça veut dire, on a dénoncé des dérives, etc., les manifestations. Au lieu que l'autorité fait effort pour bailler moun un minimum service, mais ça a fait, yo utiliser gang yo pour bouler kay moun, craser kay moun, et moun sa yo la gen dans la ria. Et dans 17 massacres, ça nous documenté, dans 13 massacres, nous documenté qu'il y a 487 personnes qui mourent, 129 personnes qui disparaissent, il y a 33 femmes qui violées, femmes avec timoun, c'est des viols collectifs, et puis 679 timoun orphelins. Et qu'on est là, vous avez une communauté internationale là, qui forme un syndicat et qui est le corps groupe. Et corps groupe là, qui ça a fait? Qui regroupe plusieurs pays, yo dit qui c'est pays amis, Haïti, tant au Canada, la France, États-Unis et Nations Unies avec mission qui est en Haïti, Union européenne et puis l'OEA. Et qu'on est là, yo Ça a fait, ils ont supporté le régime qui est sur pouvoir aveuglément. Ils ont cautionné toute dérive et ils ont même fait éloge pour gang qui fédéré. Ouais. Soit regardez le rapport Nations Unies fait sortir, Mission Nations Unies sorti en septembre 2020. Et dans le rapport, ça, ils ont félicité gang parce qu'ils ont fédéré. Et alors que c'est même gang qui a fait 13 massacres dans le pays. Donc, je dis à qui ça pour nous faire? Et nous croyons qu'il faut que les Haïtiens continuent à organiser pour être capables de faire plaidoyer bon côté communauté internationale là, et dans la diaspora, ça qui est dans la diaspora, et en Haïti qui fait liaison avec eux, pour demander international là, retirer pied au sous nous. Il y a tranglé nous n'a mourir. Parce que ça n'a vivre en Haïti, je ne dis pas depuis 1986. Donc, faut que nous quittions nous, que c'est nous-mêmes qui décidons ça nous voulons pour Haïti. Rapidement, après l'assassinat Jovenel, et dans le 6-7 juillet 2021, pas de solution ni institutionnelle ni constitutionnelle parce que Jovenel, l'administration Jovenel a crasé toute institution. Pendant Haïtien, Chita, il a mis tête ensemble pour jouer une entente. Et puis, ce groupe-là, demandé Premier ministre Jovenel de nommé Ariel pour former un gouvernement. Et Ariel, un gouvernement, là, bientôt 3 mois, parce que c'est depuis 20 et juillet, il est installé comme Premier ministre de facto. Et il peut proposer une action concrète qui peut montrer qu'on peut aller vers l'état des droits. Et la communauté internationale supporte. Donc, nous croyons qu'il est important pour nous continuer, renforcer nous, mettre tête nous ensemble, pour nous demander international là, retirer pied sous nous parce que nous avons tranglé. Et c'est dans mettre pied sous nous qui fait que, aujourd'hui, un pays a un état ça. Côté ça fait haïtien quitter le pays puisque pas de sécurité, classe moyenne a crasé, moun pas ka vivre dans le pays, moun a quitté et soit regarder ça États-Unis te fait pendant la période coup d'état 91-94 côté que yo reconnaître que tu as une violation systématique de droits moun en Haïti et les haïtiens quitter le pays, yo permettre que yo ba une interview, yo tande yo. Or jodi a situation pi mal et yo pas attendre yo. Même si les gens qui sont allés au Brésil, au Brésil, Chili, même si les gens qui sont allés 5, 6 ans, bien 2 ans, mais qui est-ce qui dit que les gens qui n'ont pas de famille qui étaient victimes d'un massacre? Même pour question humanitaire, il n'y a pas de gens qui sont victimes d'un tremblement de terre. Donc, pendant qu'ils mettent pied sur nous, il y a des Haïtiens qui sont en difficulté en Haïti et tourner pour livrer au gang. Donc, nous-mêmes, il faut que nous continuions la bataille pour nous renforcer la capacité, pour nous pour nous pas demander de décider pour nous, mais pour quitter nous décider.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Pierre, and you. Towards the end of your comments actually lead to our leads for our next question, which is, and perhaps Kareem, you can address that first, but I mean, for the whole panel, which is like, what, how can the diaspora best focus their advocacy work right now? So how can the diaspora help support Haitian-led solutions to the systemic crisis? What kind of advocacy can the diaspora do in terms of the international assistance, if needed, that will support Haitian-led solutions?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks, Lillian, and thanks, Pierre. Toujours content with Pierre. Ça encourage notre travail là. And I would just like to say that, one, I think it's important to say that Haitians have always been involved in advocating for what's better, right? We take care of our own people. There seems to be a farce around that, we're waiting for people to come take care of us and save us. And obviously that hasn't worked. I think it's important to say that the Haitian community, I think, has done much better in terms of advocacy. I think that the Haitian community has a better understanding of how to leverage its power. We certainly, I think, are a large voting bloc, although many voted for Biden. That's another panelist conversation, I think. But really, I think that it's an opportunity for Haitians to use their power. One, I think that we have more locally elected Haitian officials than ever before in various states, but certainly in New York and Florida. And so the conversation, I think, around politics is beginning to emerge and be different in our communities. We come from families who tell us not to be involved in politics. Politics is dirty, keep away from it. And I think this new generation or evolving generations of Haitian Americans are saying, and I say that without policy, without advocacy, without changing policy, there certainly will be no change. And so I think the Haitian community has really done a great job around advocating for stopping deportations, although the Biden administration has continued to have them, right? The Haitian community advocated around TPS and moving that forward, and we were successful in that way. So continuing kind of on that path and pushing for TPS and folks to be able to apply. I also think people have really done a great job in just paying attention more. I think one of the challenges for us in terms of the Haitian diaspora is we come from it in a different place than outside folks, if you will, not to be negative at all, but our connection is really familial, right? It's the roots of who we are. And so a lot of the work that we do with our hearts. And I think until we begin to have a stronger, more strategic, detailed conversation about how the Haitian community advocates as US citizens, right? As voters, as a voting bloc in the US to try to make change, we won't make change. I think that that's really important and part of the solution here. It's not to say that we haven't done it, but I think it allows for a greater opportunity now for us to be able to do that. I know we talked about, why isn't that the Haitian diaspora hasn't, done this? The reality is, right, we're working with failed systems. If we want to talk about failure or the inability for the Haitian diaspora to respond, we have to talk about failed electoral systems, right? We have to talk about failed structural racism and historical context about how the US and others have kind of placed themselves in Haiti and really have in many ways just run the country. And so I think the Haitian diaspora, those initial things that they're doing, that they continue to do that they continue to participate in issues around advocacy and policy change in the US towards Haiti. But I also think for us as the Haitian diaspora, we need to listen. Many of us, don't really know what's going on in Haiti on a day-to-day basis. Many of us, haven't lived there for many years. It's important that we support this new commission. The people have spoken. We may not agree with whatever it may be 100%, but I think there's enough to connect us to be able to move forward. And it's my hope that we would be able to do that in some way. And so the Haitian diaspora is certainly powerful, right? We give more than $2 billion into the Haitian economy every year. And, I couldn't step away from this panel without saying that the Haitian government now and moving forward has a responsibility to the people of Haiti. It appears from our perspective that the Haitian diaspora is responsible for the people of Haiti. We're responsible for food, we're responsible for clothing, we're responsible for school fees and medicine and so on and so on. And I think the Haitian government in the past has really stepped away from that responsibility. So my hope is that we can come together, we can listen, we can learn from the people of Haiti also, and also that commission that has been put together comes from the people, right? They have a plan in place. Nothing is perfect, but I think together we can move forward. Thank you.
Anybody else, Jean or Pierre?
Oui, bon, m'a enchaîné si c'est possible pour me dire que c'est en termes de qui ça nous-mêmes nous qu'a fait ici dans le Canada, dans Solidarité Québec-Haïti, il y a un groupe camarade qui a goumé depuis des années. Ça nous fait, c'est nous essayer d'informer la société canadienne nan, de qui ça que le gouvernement canadien a fait avec l'argent taxé. Par exemple, l'initiative d'Ottawa sur Haïti, qui s'est réunion côté un groupe blanc est réuni entre eux. 31 janvier, 1er février 2003, ils ont décidé, faut qu'ils renversent le président Haïti et faut qu'ils mettent Haïti sous tutelle Nations Unies. Un an après, blanc, que nous pas gagné comme militaire en Haïti, rentré quand le président, ils ont kidnappé avec madame ni, ils ont voyé en Afrique. Bagay ça yo rivé dans Figuinou dans l'année du bicentenaire. Ça veut dire que l'éclair suprématie blanc confortable parce que nous-mêmes, petite l'Afrique Guinée qui en dans gros caille là, eh bien, nous contentons nous de chita en dans gros caille là, de satisfaire du fait que nous pas prendre même coup de bâton avec frère accent nous qui dans soleil là, qui dans champ, et puis nous parler petit français, nous parler petit anglais avec eux très gentiment, nous kembe tout le monde confortable. Gen yon nécessité pour moun inconfortable dans sa qui a passé journée aujourd'hui parce que c'est crime contre l'humanité qu'a fait dans boule Figuinou. Donc nous-mêmes nous prenons des risques dans Solidarité Québec-Haïti pour nous confronter à la société canadienne, nous exiger que le Parlement publie tout document côté que yo te prétend que groupe blanc te réuni yo t'a réfléchi pour bien-être haïtien. Mais nous dit si c'est pour bien-être haïtien t'a réfléchi pas gagner pour cacher et bien publier tout document. Eh bien, là, vous publiez document accès à l'information, vous avez une bonne page assurée. Ça veut dire que vous connaissez que c'est comploto, tu as comploté, mauvais affaire, tu as fait. Il faut que nous exposer. Deuxième bagage que moi-même, je suis capable de dire, c'est que, encore une fois, nous avons une grosse responsabilité de côté nous-mêmes. Et je pense aux États-Unis, il y a une époque, il y a un Trans-Africa Forum que Danny Glover, Randall Robinson, Mounsa a poussé pour changer politique suprématie blanche que le gouvernement blanc américain a mené contre pays nègres à travers la planète là. Et nous-mêmes nous disons dans le Canada, c'est ça pour nous gagner tout, parce que pays blanc, c'est un gang qui fonctionne. Ils fonctionné en gang contre Haïti, ils fonctionné en gang contre Venezuela, ils fonctionné en gang contre Côte d'Ivoire. Donc ça veut dire que nous-mêmes, il faut que nous pas le cacher, il faut que nous pas peur identité nous comme une nation nègre. Son nation nègre nous pas l'autre bagaille. Et les ancêtres nous qui t'a mouri dans l'autre direction sur le continent, les fait voyage là, de l'Atlantique là, de continent africain à l'Amérique, je ne veux dire, il a mouru dans l'autre direction. Et toujours gagner nègre qui était privilégié, et nous devons considérer le privilège que nous gagnons comme une opportunité pour nous libérer, non seulement nation noire, et là, moi, je viens avec deuxième allié. Parce que nous avons suivi le début de la conversation, là, moi, de plusieurs monde qui parlé qui gens que nous capables d'encourager le gouvernement américain aider Haïti. Suspendre rêver, suspendre faire semblant. OK? Le après deuxième guerre blanc yo t'a fait entre yo en Europe. OK? Toute ville yo, Paris, toute ville en Europe était écrasée. Yo te compte qui ça pour yo te faire pour yo te rebâtir ville yo. OK? Donc qui rêve n'a maintenant tête nous là que tout d'un coup yo pral bâtir Haïti pour nous. Nous voyons moun sous la ligne yo retourner. Donc c'est pas les national là yo pas ka bâti. Yo pas vle bâtir. Yo vle al chercher yon nèg craser cerveau li Michel Martelly. Nous toutes gen information ça. Yo te gen information ça. Y a choisi pour le gagoter comme Petro-Caribé. Yo aider le voler, yo voler la velle, après ça yo protéger pour nation pas capable joindre l'argent pour le bâtir infrastructure. Donc pas gen aucune logique dans petite l'Afrique Guinée cap rêver que blanc pour changer comportement. Et c'est là moi venir avec question de qui j'en a choisi allié nous yo. Pendant l'époque coloniale là, te gen une équipe blanc qui te dit yo gen bon cœur, yo te relé tête la société des amis des noirs. Pour qui ça yo t'a goumé? Yo t'a goumé pour yo bay esclaves africains yo quelques heures de congé de plus. Est-ce que c'est ça nous voulons? Te gen l'autre blanc, ta kou John Brown, qui li même pas de sous bluff. Li monte choual li, la fait la guerre contre gouvernement raciste criminel américain. Gouvernement américain tué John Brown, Et là, ils ont tué John Brown. Haïti décrété 3 jours congé pour John Brown. Ils ont collecté $20,000. Ils ont voyé by veuve de John Brown. C'est ça, solidarité réelle, vle dire. Donc, journée aujourd'hui, nous pas un choix, c'est pour nous exposer suprématie blanc comme un bagage qui mainstream. Et ça, spécialement par rapport avec moun noir qui a voté pour libéral, pour démocrate dans n'importe condition aux États-Unis. Tout crime ça yo k'ap fait en Haïti, c'est le gouvernement démocrate qui a fait yo. Donc nous pas capable de bailler vote nous gratis. Faut nous demander Hillary Clinton compte parce que c'est lui-même qui prend Michel Martelly, un nèg malade que crack fin craser tête li mettait le président d'Haïti. Yo pas gen droit faire ça. Est-ce que quelques ambassadeurs de l'Afrique capable réunir pour yo dire comme ça que bon, yo pas remen gens américains yo saute faire élection dernièrement là, y a retiré nèg qui président yo mettons l'autre. Hein? Est-ce que un groupe nèg gen doit dire nous pas remen le fait que en Angleterre yo gon reine toujours, bah ça pas moderne, on retire reine nan nous voyons en exil quel côté. Non. Eh bien, nous même petite l'Afrique Guinée, c'est pour nous exiger que conversation qu'on y a là, c'est pas nous même qui inconfortable à parler de Haïti. C'est yo qui inconfortable parce que c'est yo qui chaque fois quand Bob Marley dit every time we plant a seed, you say kill it before it grows. C'est pas seulement sous président Jean-Bertrand Aristide qui n'a boule figure là retourné en 2011. De 2011 à aujourd'hui, c'est des milliers d'étudiants qui ont gradué comme docteurs, comme avocats, comme ingénieurs. Ou imaginons tout ça que nous avons réalisé si blanc yo pas rentrer en Haïti, craser 7000 élus que nous avons gagnés. Je ne veux dire nous avons 0 élus. Et ce n'est pas un bagage qui arrive par accident, c'est blanc yo qui fait. Et mot blanc, que moi en pile nèg pas utiliser journée aujourd'hui, il faut que nous songions c'est yo qui inventé pour tête yo. C'est yo qui point confortable avec, c'est pas moi même. OK? C'est blanc qui fait crime qui gagne en Haïti et blanc allié nous besoin journée aujourd'hui, c'est pas son Tonax, c'est pas la Société des Amis des Noirs, c'est pas Wilberforce, OK, qui a décidé qui l'est à bailler et liberté. Sou pas capable faire même Jacques John Brown ou pas un allié. Et bon côté petite l'Afrique Guinée qui nan gros caille là tout, eh bien, faut que nous suspendre agir en Stephen dans Django Unchained. OK? Faut que nous meilleurs rendre nous compte que privilège nous gagne pendant nous dans caille là, c'est pour nous craser caille là s'il nécessaire pour petite nous yo pour frère nous yo capable vivre tant que monde.
Thank you, Jean. There are several comments on the chat that perhaps you can read, but I believe Claudette, Madame Wagley, you had something you wanted to comment on?
Oui, c'est là n'a parlé de rôle diaspora haïtienne donc qui dehors. Premièrement, il faut que nous reconnaissons que journée aujourd'hui grand pile bagay que vous fait. En tout cas en Haïti, que ce soit faire l'école, sous santé, sous manger, eh bien grand pile nan haïtien frère nous, sœur nous qui pas tap même qu'à vivre, qui pas tap la journée aujourd'hui si c'est pas aide que frère sœur qui dehors yo et voyer pour aider l'école, santé, etc. Donc, il faut que nous reconnaissions ça. Mais en même temps, tout, il y a des bagailles que je crois que diaspora a fait ou a fait pour les âmes, je mettre et parler de eux. Lutte, par exemple, pour bagailles yo paraître clair, lutte pour moun ka reconnaître ou bien capable connaître côté l'argent payé à passer, lutte pour Petro-Caraïbes pour que yo fait nous connaît qui ça fait avec l'argent. Gain de jeunes, gain de monde à la fois en Haïti et dans diaspora qui a aidé dans lutte ça, faut ça continuer parce que son bon bagage, il faut que nous reconnaître. En même temps, gain 2 points comme quoi journée aujourd'hui, nous trouvons que haïtiens qui dehors, yo pas moyen assez. Peut-être yo pas moyen parce que c'est 2 bagages qui tuent, c'est 2 bagages qui louent. Mais il faut que nous trouvions moyen de toucher. C'est affaire drogue, l'argent drogue avec l'argent ZAM. drogue là a crasé moun en Haïti, qui a perdu, ça veut dire l'esprit, qui a perdu tête, qui a perdu nom, et puis a fait zam qui a acheté parce que zam qui a dit ça tout à l'heure, c'est aux États-Unis au sorti. J'en sorti aux États-Unis, moi qui pas contre filière, pas contre qui gens, mais nous pas qu'à gain organisation comme CIA ou bien comme FBI, les fini pour nous ta faire quoi que moun en tout cas au pouvoir aux États-Unis yo pas connaît et commerce drogue là avec commerce zam qui gens là-bas. Nous yo connaît très très bien. Donc nous pensons que ces deux points, ces deux domaines qui durent, qui pas facile pour nous en tant qu'Haïtiens ou Haïtiano-Américains nous colter avec eux, mais faut que nous colter avec deux pays parce que c'est eux qui ont tué Haïtiens. Qui fait moun pas qu'à passer Matisse sans coulia, qui fait gon paquet de gang qui simer la terreur tout partout moun pas qu'à sortir en Haïti. Eh bien, c'est à cause de zam sa yo et à cause de commerce drogue là. Donc, faut que nous trouvions moyen, Haïtiens, Haïtiano-Américains qui ici, qui l'autre drogue, qui dans nous, faut que nous trouvions moyen pour nous, ouais, qui j'en a pas organisé nous, pour colter nous à problème ça yo. C'est ça que je voulais ajouter.
Bon. Oui,
Pierre, you wanted?
Oui,
Oui.
rapidement. Et si nous regardons,
Yes.
nous entendez-moi? Non? Nous m'entendez?
Oui, nous entendons, Pierre.
Ok, très bien. Et là, nous regardons pendant la période de dictature dans les années 80 et jusqu'à 2005, la communauté haïtienne était très, très bien organisée aux États-Unis, Canada, etc. Et ils ont joué un rôle important dans influencer l'administration et n'a fait plaidoyer pour influencer l'administration américaine dans la politique sur Haïti ou bien Jean Saint-Ville, Sotdili, Canada, tout. Et il est clair que Jodia, bon, après l'élection 2018 aux États-Unis, dans l'élection mi-terme, bon, dynamique qui est développée dans le Congrès américain, côté gain en pile et monde qui élit, qui sorti dans la communauté haïtienne et qui a organisé avec la communauté haïtienne et qui a défendu la cause haïtienne. Et moi, je pense qu'il faut que nous continuions à batailler ça pour travailler avec des gens dans le Congrès pour question balançant, pas pour demander aux États-Unis pour venir faire pour nous, mais pour demander pour quitter nous. C'est nous-mêmes qui vous décider, ça nous voulait pour payer nous. Parce que les gens décident dans la place, nous, nous là, impunité, tout ça nous dit corruption, violation systématique et droits monde. Et donc, moi, je pense que dans ce sens, il est bon pour la communauté haïtienne et que c'est Canada ou États-Unis pour le travail, j'ai fait un pile avec acteurs et dans la société civile là en Haïti et dans la question plaidoyer pour nous capables et faire américains changer comportement dans la politique et en Haïti parce que ça nous journée aujourd'hui et c'est lui-même qui fait que nous pas qu'à vivre, nous pas qu'à respirer et c'est lui qui fait haïtiens pas capable de rester dans le pays.
Développement d'une question, Pierre, une question spécifique sur ça. Est-ce que c'est possible?
Oui, moi là.
Oui, Pierre, parce que moi-même, par rapport avec le point que Mme Moelle a soulevé, je pense que vraiment, ça fait zamenant l'important. Nous-mêmes qui dehors, une bagay nous besoin, c'est documenter combien de fois yo barré zam qui arrive dans Port Lafito. Port Lafito qui c'est Port Bidjo avec Matéli avec la motte là. Est-ce que nous sommes capables d'un rapport qui spécifiquement chita sous affaire trafic zam en façon pour le Haïtien a fait plaidoirie aux États-Unis, etc., pour nous capables clairement identifier qui est criminel et ki jan embargo sa ki soit Haïti, soi-disant depuis années 90 yo, eh bien, clairement, il n'a pas fonctionné. Au contraire, c'est zam a fait rentrer dans le pays pour implémenter et ça a besoin. Est-ce qu'on a un rapport que RNDDH a fait spécifiquement pour retracer? Parce qu'il y a plusieurs fois nous un rapport que nous barré zam, mais nous pas gagné de façon systématique pour X quantité d'années qui sont passées.
Bon, nous avons documentation sur les armes qui ont saisi dans quelque part dans le pays, la Fito, Saint-Marc et Cap-Haïtien. Nous nous partager ça avec vous. Et donc, OK, de vous contacter, nous avons partagé l'information avec nous, pas de problème. Ouais. Mais nous pas d'informations sur quantité d'armes qui ont entré en Haïti parce que les armes, les gens qui ont entré dans un conteneur qui sorti sur frontière ou bien ils dans le port et sans aucune vérification, agent douanier, et mais ça a fait, et conteneur ça y allait directement dans l'entreprise des gens qui gagnent dans le secteur privé qui est lié avec question de trafic d'armes ou bien avec les gens qui ont le pouvoir dans le. Donc ça, nous n'avons pas d'informations sur ça.
With that, thank you very much. We're going to move to the Q&A, but I think the first question which has been posed, and I think it's related to Pierre, Jean, you were asking, like, how can we get documentation? So communication between the diaspora and Haiti. And one of the questions that was posed was, can we speak of a unified diaspora or the diasporas in the plural? And I think related, how can the diaspora or the diasporas unite their efforts? Who would like to address that question?
Bon, moi pas croire que yo pral diaspora ou bien organisation dans diaspora pral font sel ou bien même en Haïti yo pral font sel, mais nous ka entendre nous sous des bagailles, par exemple sous question et impunité, sous question et corruption, sous question violation systématique droit monde, sous question instrumentalisation et institution yo nous ka parce que nous ka entendre nous son série de bagaille parce que impunité qui gagne en pays avec absence institution yo, alliance qui gagne en gang avec et autorité yo, li gagne yon impact sur diaspora puisque yo même yo gagne famille yo dans pays ya et ça en pile monde dans diaspora fait jodi a en pile là dans yo gagne famille yo fait aller en République dominicaine. Il aller dans la République dominicaine et par rapport avec la situation hier et en dans pays. Donc yo capable organiser, continuer à organiser au plus bien, mais sous question état des droits, renforcement institution yo et question impunité corruption, yo capable entendre sur ça et yo capable entendre tout sous problème qui gagne au niveau administration américaine, que c'était Trump qui était là avec Biden qui continue même politique et Trump là qui jamais dit qui met pied sous nous, cap tout fait nous n'a anglais, yo ban nous tout ça, yo ban nous gang, yo ban nous armes et yo craser institution nous et il a cautionné et impunité qui fait que nous pas qu'à fonctionner dans le pays.
If I may, Lillian, thank you. Merci, Pierre. I think that, we can't leave this conversation without being clear about the power of money, right? And we have organizations that come into Haiti to do great work and they have very good intentions. Like Madame Claudette said that, yes, the Haitian diaspora has done, really great work. Many are, supporting their local hometowns with various funds, activities, schools, churches, whatever that may be. The problem is those things don't really move the needle around policy and change. And so I think it's so important that when we talk about funding to Haiti, again, billions of dollars, right? When we talk about major foundations, when we talk about someone like Kellogg Foundation, which in the US has a major push around anti-racism and equity, we want that same lens of anti-racism and equity to come to Haiti, right? That anti-white supremacy to come to Haiti, to look at systems and processes and ensuring that anti-corruption measures are strong. I also think that it's really important for us to hold people accountable. Who do we best hold accountable? Who are the people that have to be held accountable outside of course, Haitian government, other governments? France owes us some money, we'd like to have it. As well as I've said, because that is my background, the whole international NGO, nonprofit, if you will, community. That community has to be held accountable of how they spend their dollars. We want more transparency. We want more equity. And for those that provide funding to those organizations and the systems that continue to be racist in many ways and have a racist lens, it's time for funding to be put towards advocacy. Many of the Haitian organizations, Haitian diaspora organizations have funding to provide direct services. They don't have funding for capacity building around advocacy. I think it was, I don't remember who it was, who spoke about, the impact to our local organizations with people coming from the border, right? So I think really looking at how funding is dispersed, and the message needs to be that when we're looking at funding, that it must support capacity building of Haitian-led organizations, and it has to support advocacy. Can't be just about delivering services because it just leaves us in the same place. It maintains us as always needing food, as always needing clothing, as always, whatever that may be. In order to make the change, there needs to be money behind it. It's the only way that we're able to make the movement, if you will, work, or it's an important part of how we make the movement move forward.
Karine, and so you bring up actually, there's a question related to your comment, which is why is it that diaspora organizations and individuals have had such a difficult time influencing policy? So diaspora organizations in the US, in Canada, and even in Europe, I mean, as you mentioned, diaspora organizations help in Haiti, but they have had a difficult time actually influencing policy. So I'm wondering, for the whole panel, why do you think that is, and what can diaspora organizations do to change that?
If I may, I think it's going back a little bit to what I said, but certainly when we talk about Haitian diaspora organizations, what are we talking about? Are we talking about, local hometown associations, as I mentioned? Are we talking about, community-based organizations in Miami, New York, Boston, primarily, that are providing direct services? They're not funded to do capacity building. They're not funded to do advocacy. They don't have a political staff, right? They don't have the funds to be able to hire folks to do policy change for them. They don't even have money, most of them, to do communication and publicity. And so that's where it is, right? It's that administrative cost, administrative overhead, but really very few Haitian diaspora organizations are funded or have the capacity to be able to do things around policy change. And I think that that's the crux of the problem.
Okay. Does anybody else want to address the question of policy change? If not, so there's another question that is coming, which is, what is the role of the Dominican Republic in all of this? So what's their position and what are their interests? This is, I know, a very, it's a difficult but an important question, I believe, to address.
Moi-même seul, ça m'a dit sur question ça, c'est pour nous songer que République Dominicaine, c'est là qui gagne un gros parti dans ça n'a les diaspora. Et m'ta connecté ça avec l'autre question tout à l'heure, comme si est-ce qu'on a parlé de une diaspora ou bien plusieurs diasporas. Je crois que encore ça montre nous que c'est pas un problème ça. C'est diversité à li bon pour nous, puisque problème Haïti est sorti de l'extérieur. Donc ça veut dire que c'est ça relève in the belly of the beast. Ou en dedans ventre l'ennemi. Donc ou capable connaître qui ça l'a fait. Pour sous-organiser, pour gagner influence. Bon, ou pas qu'à gagner influence ou pas organiser, et ou pas qu'à gagner influence tout si ou mal identifier mal là, puisque en pile dans l'organisation nous ça nous fait répliquer ça déjà là. Ça veut dire que même vieille organisation qui est basée sur principe l'église et eurocentrique, et puis nous-mêmes, nous venons avec un visage noir pour nous faire même bagaille là. Donc, nous créons plus de dépendance au lieu que nous... bon changement de pensée. Moi, je pense que yon l'idée plus militant dans la diaspora, c'est ça nous avons besoin. Parce qu'en 1991, moi, je vivre en Haïti. Okay? C'est un mouvement que le Haïtien t'a sorti sous le continent africain, Haïtien t'a quitté Bahamas, Haïtien t'a quitté République Dominicaine, Haïtien t'a quitté tout partout pour rentrer en Haïti en 91. Pour qui ça? Eh bien parce que gagner l'espoir, l'esprit qui t'a un projet collectif. Et je pense que journée aujourd'hui avec Covid là, il y a quelques Haïtiens qui ont commencé à rendre compte de ça. Pendant nous Canada, pendant nous États-Unis, Covid a peu détruit les gens. Il y a des gens qui ont commencé à rendre compte, à part Haïti plus bon que les États-Unis et le Canada. Eh bien, il faut nous songer. Dans tout combat qui est sur la planète là, c'est terre. Tout gourmand qui a fait, que ce soit côté lié sur la planète là, c'est pour terre, territoire. Donc, si vous n'avez pas de territoire, eh bien, c'est parler ou parler. Eh bien, voilà-t-il pas que les ancêtres nous ban nous yon zile, c'est tout zile acté pour nous. Et pas moitié zile ou bien un tiers de lui, non. Tout zile et nous libérer avec sang nous. Et par manque de combativité, de temps en temps, on a perdu dans le territoire. Et je vous dis, ça que le groupe moun qui contrôle le pays a fait, ils mettent une partie dans ça après les classes moyennes dehors pour yo capable de gagner un marché captif. Parce que il y a 8 millions, 10 millions de bouches qui pour manger chaque jour en Haïti. Donc, il y a besoin de gagner des gens qui sont dans la diaspora, qui travaillent dans toute qualité de travail, pour voyer l'argent, pour aller dépenser dans la market que eux-mêmes ils contrôlent en Haïti, pendant qu'ils contrôlent les ports et qu'ils ne pas payer taxes, etc. Donc, dans ce sens-là, moi, je pense qu'il faut que nous bataillons pour 8600 hectares de terre que Jovenel Moïse te volé, li bay, comment il volé, André Aped, pour nous reprendre. Parce que là, on mette gang yo et Carrefour avec Matissan. Qui ça y a fait? C'est découragement, y a mette dans famille classe moyenne qui gen Kay Matissan Carrefour, eh bien pour autant que zone nan gen gang, zone nan Bel Air gen gang, et puis pour liquider ti Kay que femme monte gen, hein, ok, ancestral là, et puis yo même n'est capable de voler toute terre, sur 3 départements pays, Jovenel prend li bay Aped. Ça pas qu'à fait. Donc son bataille pour territoire qu'a fait, et petite l'Afrique Guinée doit goumer pour nous reprendre territoire ça, pour tout le monde capable de vivre. Jean-Jacques Dessalines te fait là. Il pas dit blanc pas doit vivre en Haïti, non? Mais il dit, si vous vivre en Haïti, faut que vous comportez comme moun qui respecte moun. Si monsieur dame ça yo pas veut respecter moun en Haïti, faut que vous obligé de gens pour mettre au dehors. Et ça veut dire bataille. Je n'ai bataille journée aujourd'hui, nous poko we need to up our game.
Thank you. There is another question that says, so since Haiti functions as a colony of the US policy toward Haiti will always put the interest of the US over the interest of the Haitian people, which of course we have, heard over and over again today. And so my question is this: how can concerned Americans working with the Haitian diaspora in the US not only show solidarity with, but actually help policy change?
If I may, I would say that, you know, in the conversation, we've talked about the power, I guess, of the voting bloc of Haitians. I think that anyone who's working with the Haitian diaspora, organizations, individuals, reinforcing their power in terms of voting and being able to make change. It's an opportunity now, even for church mission groups, right? Hundreds that go into Haiti every year. To help and to give and whatever. We can no longer approach Haiti without talking about policy. And so that support is, here's your chance to letter writing, calling. There's a Haiti caucus now made up of the representative from Massachusetts, Congresswoman Clark from New York, and many others. We have Congressman Meeks, who's I think Foreign Affairs Chair. Representative Jeffries in Brooklyn has a Transparency Responsibility Act. I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, but I think there are opportunities, and in order for us to be supportive and make the change, we have to be intentional about looking for those opportunities and participating in those activities, and in order to be able to support the change.
Madame
Claudette,
oui.
Excusez-moi, je pral juste ajouter un bagay dans sa kap di yo, parce que n'a parlé de rôle diaspora, et pas pour répondre directement à ça que ça dit tout à l'heure, c'est un autre élément et je voulais ajouter. Et je crois que en Haïti, nous-mêmes, ou bien en tant qu'Haïtiens, souvent nous garder, non pas seulement ça qui fait nous mal, nous ouais ennemis, mais gagnons l'autre bagay que nous voulons mettre, et peut-être que diaspora a aidé nous, c'est aider nous, coûter, aider nous tendre, aider nous ouais, qui ça nous can mettre ensemble. Parce que malheureusement, et je crois que c'est yon bagay qui yon a faiblesse nous, yon bagay qui manque, qui fait nous pas avancer, eh bien, nous-mêmes haïtiens, souvent, nous braquer sur ça qui divise nous. Même si il y a des fois, il y a des gens qui presque qui sont lutter pour même bagaille, mais là nous pas utiliser même mot, eh bien, laisse ça nous rester l'un contre l'autre. Mais apprendre tendre l'autre et apprendre chercher, ouais, qui côté nous ka mettre tête nous ensemble. Ça, c'est une bagaille qui manque nous en tant qu'Haïtiens. Et je crois que peut-être que les gens qui dehors, qui est habitué tendre, et non seulement des bagailles qui sont différents, mais ouais, côté groupe ou parti capable d'essayer de mettre tête ensemble. Peut-être qu'ils sont capables d'aider Haïtiens qui en dedans pays. Pour moi-même, c'est une bagaille qui est bon pour diaspora aider nous, suspendre, craser, les nous déjà mettez nous d'accord sur ça qui est plus important, sur ça qui, eh bien, si nous pas utiliser même mot, eh bien, nous censés chercher, mettez-nous l'un contre l'autre. Aidez-nous, bâtir, aidez-nous, mettez tête nous ensemble, c'est une bagaille quoi que diaspora est capable d'aider nous en fait.
Très bien, je dis des bagailles. Je dis encore, depuis 2018, dans l'élection midterm aux États-Unis, il y a une nouvelle dynamique qui a développé au niveau congrès. Et on a regardé, jeudi, et Haïtiens à travers l'organisation aux États-Unis et en contact avec Maison Blanche et département d'État et Congrès. Et Jean-Claude Dia, c'est clair que nous n'avons pas besoin d'unanimité, mais c'est pour nous mettre nous d'accord sur des bagailles qui est important, sur question principe, sur valeur. Et moi, je crois que dans ce sens, ça, nous connecter avec Haïtiens, organisation en Haïti, qui est dans la société civile là, je crois que ça fait différence, ça est capable de faire des résultats.
Thank you. We're almost out of time, but there's an important question that I would like to pose to I guess to primarily Claudette and Karine, if you could answer quickly, but as leaders of women-led and women-empowering organizations, how do you see the gender questions, its importance in a change in Haiti? How can your experiences, both inside and outside of Haiti and other models, perhaps provide lessons for empowerment?
Ok, bien content de poser question ça. Et je crois que jusqu'à présent, vous mettez accent sur pourcentage. Donc, on a lutté pour gagner 30% femmes. Ce n'est pas ça qui est tellement important. Ça qui est important, il faut que les femmes entrent dans la bataille, il faut l'entrer jouer dans différentes fonctions dans le gouvernement, dans le parlement et tout partout. Mais ce n'est pas tellement à cause de quantité, mais ça que nous avons porté comme femme, ça veut dire lutter pour la vie et une bonne qualité de la vie. C'est ça qui est plus important. Et c'est ça qui fait me penser, ça dit très, très, très important, il faut qu'il y ait plus de femmes qui entrent dans la bataille là, mais pour changer la situation. Ce n'est pas arriver au pouvoir de quoi pour gagner plus d'argent. Ce n'est pas arriver au pouvoir pour capable craser l'autre. C'est arriver au pouvoir pour précisément pour nous changer la situation, pour tout le monde qui a gagné la vie, et la vie qui est belle, et la vie qui est bonne. C'est ça que femmes ont gagné pour porter.
Thank you. Merci, Madame Claudette. Listen, without women being an integral part of the power movement and dynamics, Haiti won't change. You know, as a feminist, as a woman, we know the power of women in other countries. We see the change that women in leadership positions throughout the world have made in their countries. Haiti has yet to have, at least for a period of time, a significant period of time, a female prime minister. My hope that we would see through elections, several women emerge in the future for the presidency, but certainly in the Congress, or as Haiti would call it, Parlement, whatever, that women would participate. For us at the Haitian Women's Collective, we understand the power of women. We understand the role that women need to play. And as Ms. Claudette said, we know that our role can be a strong one, certainly in alignment with everyone else, but it's so important to have women in terms of leadership positions, and not just having a seat at the table, right? But being able to make decisions at the table and fully involved. It's part of the reason why we continue to build a network of women-led organizations throughout the country, and trying to be sure that they're engaged in civic engagement and leadership, and of course, the importance of girls. The girls, the youth are the future of Haiti, and we think that that's important, that they're involved in leadership programming, but civic engagement and involvement, and having women at the table in Haiti is so extremely important.
Thank you so much.
Can I say a word on this, please?
Okay, but one word, because
It better be
it's
pro-women, Jean.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, we need to start at
Oui.
It's one. Go ahead.
Ok. Moi crois absolument nous même petite l'Afrique Guinée, nous devons assurer nous que c'est nous mêmes qui menons agenda ça yo, parce que yo tout chargé danger. Dossier féministe là, pays impérialiste a utilisé le kounyan là, même gens été utilisé dossier christianisation. Yo utilisé ça pour yo rentrer dans pays yo besoin voler yo, pour créer division entre femmes et garçons pays yo. Haïti, c'est pays qui te gen lieutenant Sanit Belair. M'pa konnen ken lieutenant te gen dans l'armée américaine, dans l'armée française qui te femme. Nous sorti dans nation côté reine Hatshepsut, la reine Tiye, la reine nubienne, t'a dirigé pays africain yo. Ça me veut dire par là, c'est que faut pas quitter moun yo utiliser féminisme blanc yo comme yon l'évangile pour y infiltrer société nous et puis créer division. C'est nous-mêmes. Et oui, gon problème de sexisme en Haïti qui doit corriger, mais faut que c'est Haïtien qui mène dossier ça et non Washington qui dit que dans le prochain KEPA, faut qu'il y ait 30% volaises. Nous pas besoin de 30% ni volaises ni volets. c'est moun sérieux que Haïtien choisi. Merci.
Thank you very, very much, Jean, Claudette, Karine, Pierre. It's been a really a very strong panel. We have some, I think, recommendations to that we can move forward, and we are not going to take a break. We are going to start with the next panel right away. So we'll mute ourselves and stop the video, and the next panel, please.
Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are. Jacqueline, Amy, Jonathan, and Ons. Okay. Just want to make sure, Jonathan, do we have him?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I think that we've done an exceptional job in managing our time by any standard. So this is impressive. So this is our final panel on the representations of Haiti in the global press. I'm Tony Sella, postdoctoral research associate in the Department of Anthropology at the University of Miami and coordinator of the Inter-University Institute for Research and Development in Haiti. We have 4 fabulous panelists who are joining us today, and I'm excited to facilitate this discussion between them. We have Jacqueline Charles, Emmy Award-winning Caribbean correspondent from the Miami Herald. We have Amy Wilentz, faculty at University of California, Irvine, and contributing editor to The Nation. Jonathan Katz, freelance journalist and author of Big Truck That Went By, How the World Came to Save Haiti and Left Behind a Disaster. And we have Ons Chéri, a journalist from the Haitian Times, which was founded in 1999 as a Haitian diaspora news outlet that publishes in English. So we have a really great, diverse panel, gender-wise, generationally, experiences, and in terms of the type of writing that they do. So I want to jump into the first question for our panel. And this is specifically regarding the border crisis at the US-Mexico border. The media has generally reported the crisis as an isolated event, kind of void of any type of history or any links to the crisis that's currently happening in Haiti, and have not discussed or made any links with how the international community has played a role in creating this crisis. How do you explain the absence of history in the reporting of the border crisis? And I'm gonna let Jacqueline, I know that you've been looking at this for some time now, so I will let you start.
You know, I have to tell you that I think for reporters who don't cover a subject on a regular basis, there's a crash course parachute phenomenon that goes on. I think what happened with the border crisis was that people heard Haiti, they heard migrants, they knew the place had just been hit by an earthquake, that the president had been assassinated. So they went into this with the expectation or the assumption that the people who were arriving at the border were people who were fleeing Haiti. I have the benefit of having covered the first migration crisis at the border, which happened in 2016 when Haitians began flocking, flocking there. And so I started, talking to people, and even people who are in this business who didn't really understand it. Like, they could not understand that these people were basically moving vis-a-vis WhatsApp, and it wasn't necessarily traffickers. So, so when I went in, I went with that context. And the first story that I did was about what was driving this crisis now, not so much in terms of Haiti, but the desperation of what was happening in Brazil and in Chile. And then the Haiti issue became the reason why people didn't want to go back. So I think that what you saw with the border crisis, as well as what you saw with the earthquake and even the assassination of the president, you saw media coming to a country that they hadn't visited
in 10 years, or they hadn't thought about in 10 years. And even when I went down for the earthquake, I was listening to some of the conversations with some of my colleagues about how they're going to do convoys and they're going to go to Lake Kai in the south on the road. And I'm literally laughing at myself and says, you guys didn't read any of the stories I've done or things that Jonathan or Amy's written, what the Haitian Times has done, to say this is not the same country that you visited 10 years, 11 years ago.
Please interject, Amy.
Jonathan.
Amy had her hand up, so let's go with Amy first, and then we'll go to Jonathan.
I just want to say too, one of the problems with newbies, whether it's about the border or about the assassination or about, trying to get a convoy in the earthquake, the main source for American journalists who are either newbies or mainstream, and I've been thinking a lot looking at these questions about the mainstream media and how they cover this, is that their main source is the State Department. That's who they go to think about this. That's who sort of guides their thinking on what's happening in Haiti. So if that's your main source, you're never going to really find out what's happening in Haiti. You're going to find out, and it's not because the State Department doesn't know what's happening in Haiti. The State Department knows, but it won't tell you its own role in what's happening in Haiti. So if you're never going to the underlying causes of, and Haiti has this problem of having these, wildly newsworthy stories every once in a while. So they get a lot of the newbies and people who haven't really thought about Haiti, and they get a lot of the mainstream people coming, or at least writing, when the story is big without knowing that much, the mainstream people who cover Haiti. There was an amazing story before President Moïse was assassinated. It was a story about like what's happening in Haiti now in the New York Times. And I wrote to the editor of the New York Times, who I know slightly for a long time. And I said, what is the story? The only people you talk to about President Moïse are President Moïse and two foreign sources. This is not a story for the New York Times. So I think that's a lot of the problem of what happened at Del Rio, and a lot of the problem in general with coverage. If you're going to, basically the enemy, as I see it at this point, especially the enemy of the Haitian people, for information about what's happening about democracy in Haiti and on the streets in Haiti, you're not going to find out anything about Haiti. And if your only source about Haiti is one tap driver at the end of a story, or one market lady at the end of a story for one quote for color, you're not going to have a real story about Haiti.
I mean, historical context isn't really something that journalists do for the most part. It's not something that Americans do for the most part. Especially, what white Americans, mainstream Americans, people with power. It's, and I think there are structural reasons for that. History is extremely inconvenient, especially if you are somebody who has power. It's always easier just not to have anyone remember exactly how you got what you have. And so, and as a journalist, there are less nefarious reasons, I guess, why journalists don't often, go deep into history. It's because it's a different competency. Like, it takes a lot of time. You have to do it as seriously and as meticulously as journalists approach things that are happening in real time. You have to interrogate sources, think about, Michelle Roth-Trio, like, you have to think about, like, who are we hearing from the past, whose narratives are being passed down and why. And it's just something that, like, somebody who is, speaking for myself as a former Wire reporter, it's just like, it was enough to just try to deal with, the logistics of daily life and daily reporting, and getting your sources on the phone and getting on the plane or getting in the car or whatever it was, that made it a lot more difficult to, take the time to really, go deep and be like, so what are the deeper roots of this crisis? How does this fit into, the American occupation or the Duvalier years or whatever antecedents you want to connect it to. And since the audience in the United States especially just doesn't, they don't have that knowledge, so they don't realize it's missing. It's easier just to skip that entirely. And ultimately you have a bunch of reporters who don't really care about the context. They have an audience that doesn't really care about the context. And so you can just sort of shrug it off.
And let me just say, you have space constraints. I mean, even though people think because our stuff is on the internet that you can just go on and on and on. I mean, I get, smack all the time because my stories are long, because Haiti's complicated. And I have to write in a way that when the story has to go into print, I have to say to the desk, okay, cut it from the bottom up, and so that's also one of the realities that you have on top of all these other limitations and challenges that Jonathan point out. But as a reporter sitting down, we don't have the luxury of sort of writing these long takeouts. So that's always a challenge. So as a journalist, you also have to figure out, how do I, don't put that tap driver at the bottom or just for color and just sort of in a dismissive tone in a way, but how do you, present the best story that you can with that space limitation that you have, that at least provides, the context so that your reader understand. And I'll just finally say, like, for me, I'm writing for three audiences. I'm writing for an American audience that knows absolutely nothing about Haiti. I'm writing for Haitian Americans who think they know everything about Haiti and don't know anything about Haiti. And I'm writing for Haitians who says, well, I know everything too, and they don't know anything. So you're always, juggling these three audiences, because your editors would say, who is your audience? And I'm like, well, I've got three audiences. So that's always a challenge as well.
Can I just add one little thing, which is, you don't have to have all the history of Haiti or even a lot of the history of Haiti to write more responsibly about Del Rio than a lot of reporters did. You just have to know, you have to read a couple of copies of Jackie's stories online, one of mine, one of Jonathan's, and you know a little bit about Haitian migration to South America and where these people came from. You don't have to talk about the occupation, you don't have to know deep history. I just want to say, so I think the reporters, I know that they suffer, and I've been among them all the time in Haiti, but still they could have done just like one little paragraph more each time. I'm sorry to occupy the airwaves so much.
So there seems to be this inherent tension in which journalists are writing about contemporary issues, and the tension of how much history you need to introduce in order to contextualize the events of today. What are the strategies that you have employed in order to kind of, balance that fine line? Or what are the strategies you might share with up and coming journalists who are reporting on Haiti? Because we really, for example, we're talking about Haitian migration through South America, across, Central America and into the United States. But how do you report on that without talking about whether it's migration policies in Latin America, or talking about the crisis in Haiti that makes people not consider returning home, makes that not an option? What are the strategies that you've employed to deal with editors who are, like you're saying, on your back and word limitations?
I think it's what Amy just said. You don't have to go all the way back to the occupation. You just have to know contemporary history. You have to know what the relationship of this is to like 10 years ago. If you know what the relationship is about this to 10 years ago, then you understand the context of this current migration, crisis, and you can put it in that context, and you put it in the context of Haiti and what's happening in Haiti.
What do you mean by 10 years ago for those of us?
The earthquake. So we've always had Haitian migration, right? But what's different about this migration to South America? It's new. When did it start? Well, if you're doing your interviewing as a journalist and you're doing your job, you find out that it dates back to 2010. It started with Haitians going to Brazil, and we had the whole Olympics and all of that was happening in Brazil. And then things in Brazil, started to become problematic, and then they jumped over to Chile. And then it's you have to interview people. You have to talk to people. You can't just rely on the State Department or the embassy, because they're not going to tell you the full story. They're going to tell you how they want you to see it. But you have to talk to people who are studying these issues, and you have to definitely talk to the people who are affected by it. In 2017, you know, when I went to the border in 2016 and I saw what was happening at the border, I wanted to find out more about it. At the same time, I was seeing, you know, what was happening in Port-au-Prince, people crowding the airport like they were giving away, you know, the lottery or something. And I went up to people like, what's going on? And people are like, oh, I'm going to Chile. And I'm like, going to Chile? Well, guess what? I went to Chile. I went to Chile to find out what was it about Chile that was drawing people in? What was life about Chile? You're not going to be able to do all of this in one story. Haiti's very, very complex. But what you can do is you have to do your research. You have to do your homework. If you're going into Haiti and you don't read one story about what has happened recently, what has happened in the last several years, then that story isn't even worth reading. I'm sorry.
But one problem is that the images coming out of Del Rio were so powerful that I think there was a lot of rush down to the image and explain the image without really thinking about the long term of how it all happened, how it finally became this huge number of people there, because the images were so great. Similarly, you know, the image of the cowboy wrangling Haitians was so powerful that people weren't really thinking about it except as a symbol.
I also want to note, just to throw out there, that it has not always been that way. In the 19th century, for instance, the migration went in the opposite direction. It tended to be Black Americans who were going to Haiti because they could get a better life there than they could get in the United States. So it's not. I do want to denaturalize it a little bit, because it's not just that Haitians have always wanted to go to the United States. For a long time, they did not, for many good reasons.
And they still shouldn't, but we should.
I mean, they should, if they want to, they should be welcome. But yeah.
So I'm going to target my next question to Ons, who is, you know, represents a different generation among this panel. What are some of the key issues related to the current Haiti crisis that have been obscured and require more reporting?
Yeah, I'd say, talking about the migrants, I'd say the stuff they went through. I don't think we focus enough on the sexual abuse that happened along the journey. Men and women were raped. Someone told me a mother was raped by multiple men in front of her 9-year-old son. And I'm mentioning that because it's not just about the migrant story, it's in general. Rape in general we're not focusing enough when we're talking about Haiti, because when you have political instability, that's gonna go higher. Because when you have gangs too, the gang leader, there's people telling me gang leaders, they pick who to sleep with in Haiti, minors. And referring to political instability, a political leader might feel like he's entitled enough to just sleep with a minor or a judge. And prostitution is also going up, I'm hearing from local radio, because, you know, political instability leads to poverty. Women feel like they have no other choice but prostitution. So that's something we should focus on a little more, because the more we talk about it, I feel like the less people are gonna do it, the more chances for people to get in trouble for it. I think there was this judge, I believed, was accused of raping a minor, I think last year. And I don't think he was fired. And also there was a story about over 100 pregnant last year in Beaumont, that's a town in Grandance. And we talked about it. I feel like it kind of slowed down, but it's still around. I think it needs more reporting on it, sexual abuse in Haiti. And also the president of the Soccer Federation, he's accused of it too. So it's a big issue in Haiti right now that needs more reporting.
Does anyone else want to chime in on that issue of, you know, things that have been obscured in coverage of the Haiti crisis in particular that require more reporting?
Can I just say one big thing that requires more reporting by mainstream media I'm talking about, because of course I've gone on ad infinitum and I have no rules on how much space I can take at The Nation, much to my editor's disgust. But I think that the Commission for a Haitian Solution to the Crisis hasn't been reported on by the mainstream media in any serious way. I believe that's because, unlike the tap tap driver I mentioned, and the market lady and the charbon saleswoman, it's not very colorful to put them in, and they're a little bit boring, and they're sort of cadres, and they're just working hard, and some are teachers and some are matrons, and the name of the commission isn't very exciting. And I think that, and then you know, Ariel Henry's consensus group has been being pushed by the State Department. So if this totally on purpose to distract reporters from reporting on the commission that has been around a lot longer than Ariel Henry's group, because they want to keep, the embassy wants to keep Ariel Henry in power. So I think that there's a lot of not digging around. I mean, my analysis could be completely wrong, but it's not. But it could be. But at least I should have a feeling when I read the mainstream media that they're looking at that. And they did do a lot of really interesting work about the assassination and around the assassination. Some of it right, some of it wrong, you know, some of it playing catch up and everything. But they did do a lot of interesting work. There's still a lot more work to be done around the assassination, which will explain a lot of the problems that are happening in Haiti now, if it can ever be brought to light, which I doubt. And I agree with almost totally that as an ongoing story, the situation with rape and prostitution explains a little bit how Haiti feels like it's at war now. You know, those are things that really begin to get worse when you're at war, and it feels like Haitians are at war against themselves right now. So I think that's a really important story.
Let me just say, Amy, as somebody someone reached out to me at one point about the commission, and I actually was in Del Rio in the midst of the migration crisis, and I said, you know, and I think I probably sort of bit their head off a little bit but it's sort of one of the realities, right? I'd spent a month in Haiti on the assassination, came back to do my other job because I cover the other parts of the Caribbean, and literally the day after I got back, earthquake, back to Haiti, 3 weeks, come back, still have stories in your notebook, and then you got to run to the border, which in and of itself was challenging, you know, in a town where there's no Uber, no wire transfer, and you're writing about this real people, real lives, real issues with this huge impact. And so my reply was like, well, first of all, I actually did talk to Magali Como when the commission, you know, when the US came, didn't meet with them, talking about that, their position there. But one of the challenges for those of us who consistently cover Haiti, there's always these accords, and they are very complicated, or how do you break them down and sort of feed them to an audience? And in my case, my reference point is I'm still at 2004, you know, where we had this sort of a similar setup and trying to explain it. I think the challenge for Haiti, for an American audience, for any journalist, is always, how do you move that narrative forward, and how do you put it into a context? It doesn't mean that we always get it right, because sometimes we do get it wrong. Believe me, we ourselves get tired of writing the bad news all the time, but there is constant news. That moment to just take a breath, step back, and to do a story that is not a straight run, it you know, you often are running out of time to do it. So and I'm not, you know, justifying it, but just to give you sort of this context. We're watching it, you know, we're waiting to see the next move, but it's always a challenge in terms of how do you, and also not to be an advocate. You know, as journalists, you're always, you know, you walk this fine line. You don't want to be an advocate. You want to present it objectively and have your audience make a decision. But there's always this fine line on some of these subjects on not to be an advocate.
Yeah, and one of the problems is often you know who you should be advocating for, and it's hard for that not to seep into your work, I think. But I just wanted to say that it's so great to have Jackie on this panel, because she has to walk so many fine lines, and it's constantly being yelled at, I know, by others. And I don't even really think of Jackie as the mainstream media I'm critiquing. Of course, she's written about the commission of, for a Haitian solution and all the other accords, but
those other folks who parachute in.
She has a special audience, whereas the rest of the mainstream media don't have that special Miami diaspora audience as well as the Haitian audience.
Another thing I think there should be more focus on, what are the numbers now? 7,000 Haitians have been deported from the United States to Haiti during this recent push. And, most of them are being flown on these, ICE Air flights, which tend to be, private companies. They're making a lot of money off of them. I mean, it's sort of being treated as this sort of natural force, but this is a business. Like people are making a lot of money off of it. And I've seen, it's interesting. I mean, I've seen, a fair amount of criticism of the Biden administration, even from, MSNBC and, sort of nominally, I wouldn't call them left, but like, not Trumpist sources. But it's still sort of treated as like, oh, well, that's a shame. Why would they ever do this? Or are they just, giving into, the nativist right? But, clearly, there are pecuniary interests that are benefiting from this. And, I would like more information just politically, like, why are Blinken and Biden like, I feel like, again, if you go back to, Biden's comments in the 90s during that migrant crisis, like he was sort of saying some of the same things then. It was just sort of like, let's keep Haitians in Haiti. And like the only, when he made that comment on Charlie Rose, that, Haiti could rise up 300 feet or sink in the ocean, it wouldn't make a difference to US interest. But then he was like, the one US interest is in illegal immigration. I would like to see him on record being like, is this happening in spite of you? Are your hands tied, or are you doing this because you just don't want Haitians in the United States? Because that's what it seems like.
I think also that Haiti is suffering because Trump is no longer in power. I know that sounds strange, because if Trump were still in power, the mainstream media would be working a lot harder on this story and would be working a lot harder to embarrass a Trump State Department over the Americans' inexcusable Haiti policy. But now that it's a Democratic policy to ship these people back to a place where sometimes they can't even get out of the, place where they've been dumped because of the gangs, to ship them back, everybody would be having a field day attacking Trump on this. And I don't, as you say, I don't really see how Biden's policy differs from his predecessors. And it was particularly embarrassing to be shipping these Haitians out after their long, heroic, biblical kind of journey, while they're flying their Afghan friends in, first class and shipping the Haitians out.
It's specifically a Trump policy. Title 42 of the US Code. Exactly. Like that, and the I'm sure you guys have been talking about this all day, but like the excuse is, we're in a pandemic and this is like a health security measure, whereas even the CDC is like, this doesn't help anybody. It's obviously a law that I think was first implemented in like 1944. But it was on the books, but it wasn't really used. It was sort of unearthed by the Trump administration, and the Biden administration is using it for their own purposes. And some of it is like to appease the nativist right. But this is, it's wild. I don't know. I think he's gotten some criticism. I think the other thing that maybe has happened that in terms of like, the pundit class, that is working against Haitians, is that the Biden administration got a ton of criticism from, sort of the national security state people over the Afghan withdrawal. And a lot of that was built around criticism of the treatment of refugees was like, are we going to let refugees in? Are we not going to let refugees in? Like, are we abandoning these people? And so much attention and so much, fuel in terms of the conversation was expended on that conversation, that I think that to a certain extent there's nothing left. I mean, there wouldn't be as much interest anyway in Black refugees as there are, Middle Eastern ones. But that doesn't help either. It's people. I think that they feel like they've already criticized the Biden administration. They've done it sort of in ways that help, their sponsors in the military-industrial complex or whatever. And criticizing the Biden administration for deporting to, a place that, again, a lot of people still think this way, that, could rise 300 feet or sink into the ocean and not make a difference. I think there's just less appetite for that.
But I think, my colleague Nora and I wrote a story before Biden took office, and we basically said that Haiti was just going to be the undoing, that if this administration didn't figure out what they were going to do about Haiti and come up with a Haiti policy, it was going to be truly problematic, especially coming off of Trump, where everything was about Venezuela. And they completely ignored it. And I just kept thinking that they could just keep ignoring Haiti. And those of us who've been following Haiti closely, we just knew that this was just coming to a boil. There's just no way, right? And so here you have a situation, if you look at the Del Rio, you have foreign policy clashing with domestic policy. Because I can tell you that right before Del Rio, you had the administration suddenly had woken up to Haiti. And I think what happened was when, the US delegation went to the president's funeral in Cape Haitian, I was there, I was in the stands. I saw when they ran out of there, the day before I was at a hotel with the ambassador of Canada was there, and they were shooting outside, and we were all on the floor in a corner. I mean, it was completely insane. So the violence, the insecurity that everybody had been complaining about, talking about, protesting about, that had been ignored, all of a sudden it was in their face. They were in the midst of it. And this is when they finally sort of heard what people had been saying. But now here you're trying to show that this is a different administration. We're doing things differently. And then boom, Del Rio happened. And what you saw was a lot of the reaction to the Republican, their criticism, on it. And then you saw Democrats caught between almost a rock and a hard place, don't really want to criticize the administration, but at the same time, they've been very vocal about Haiti. And you're right. And Afghan also, came into that narrative, and it continues to go into the narrative, because even when we're talking about the security situation and what should be done, Afghanistan has become the reference. So I think that this administration, which basically to me has been very unclear about where they stand on the Haiti issue. They say one thing publicly, and on the side is something else. And we all know how that works in Haiti, because as much as people are saying, stop putting your hands on the balance scale, they want the hands on the balance scale, but also for their benefit. So they've got to figure out very quickly what that Haiti policy is going to be, because if they don't, we're going to run out of options. And they're going to have to, move very quickly. And unfortunately, remember the embargo? Every time the US gets into a reactionary position in terms of Haiti, it doesn't always come out how people expect. And I think, yes, with the media, it's like, okay, thematic. Okay, we had the border crisis. All right. Okay, now move on to the next. Move on to the next. And that's very unfortunate.
So I want to direct this question to Owens, who's, a young journalist, in the game, who is Haitian American and is really straddling two social worlds. What are some of, the challenges that you encounter as a young journalist reporting on Haiti, who, has, 1 foot in Haiti, 1 foot in the United States? How does that inform how you report, and what are the challenges that presents for you as a young journalist?
I love that question. It's a simple question, but I really love it. I'd say one of the many, many challenges is the lack of proof. You can have one story and I don't want to joke about it. Like there was a story this week, there were 5 different versions of the story. Not from people talking on the street, but you get this politician saying this version. You get this radio station saying this version. Like I was listening to the radio station at 4 o'clock. They said they arrested this gang leader. let's say at 5 o'clock, this radio station say, he's not a gang leader, he's protecting us. There's over 100 people outside denouncing the arrest. And they bring people at the radio station defending the alleged gang leader. So, and they never bring proof. I don't say never, but most of the time, when the politician says something, there's nothing to prove it. A couple of years ago, there was a story about Jovenel Moïse who signed a penal code about how he said same sex can get married. I don't think I ever seen the penal code. I don't think I ever saw it. But there were thousands of religious people protesting in the streets for days. And then when you talk to the LGBTQ community, they tell you, yeah, I read the penal code, it wasn't in there. And then you're like, so what do I believe then, you know? Because there's so many different versions and there's no proof. And I'm not in Haiti. Even if I was in Haiti, I feel like if you get proof, they're probably gonna kill you. Let's say, for example, I wanna use George Floyd. There was a video about him dying, right? So everybody saw the cop kill George Floyd. But in Haiti, there wouldn't be no video. And then the first version would be Jovenel Moïse did it. And then you get another version, the opposition did it, no proof. And like I just said, I want to see the proof, but people's lives would be on the line. A photographer, a friend of my photographer, his life was on the line because he took pictures that could have exposed things in Haiti. So it's very hard to report when you don't know who to believe. Not just report, it's very hard for a country to function when you don't know what's the truth. And not just the simple stories, it could be like the former president caught COVID-19. It becomes a debate. The opposition said no, then the government say yes. It becomes a debate. This news station is saying it's yes, then this news station is saying it's no, it becomes a debate. The first lady getting shot, that's a debate. Like, can you imagine that? The first lady of a country getting shot, it's a debate. Some people believe it, other people don't believe it. Like, it's so a point that the country just cannot function like this. If you don't know what's the truth, Haiti is never gonna function. That's one thing that's gonna help Haiti, you know, get better. That's one of the solutions, to figure out how to tell the truth and how to show that's the truth. Because that's how the people are divided, because the opposition believe this and he strongly believe it. He believes it without the proof. He's doing his own analysis. He's doing his own theory. Or the president said this, so let's accuse him of that.
So let me interject, because there's a question that's kind of in the back of my mind when we talk about the whole issue of, you know, how do you verify information in the Haitian context? Right. Someone just put in the chat that, you know, these conflicting stories are used as a distraction from the truth. And that happens in every context, you know, however, you know, Haiti has its own formulation of distraction. As, you know, members of, whether it's the Haitian American diaspora, you know, as non-Haitians, as women, men, male journalists, how does your identity impact your ability to interact and engage Haitians as you, or serve as a challenge to your reporting on Haiti? In what ways does your identity as some version of an outsider impact your ability to really get towards the truth and the nitty-gritty, you know, in terms of your reporting? And so I'll ask, you know, someone else if anybody wants to chime in.
As Amy mentioned, how I'm so hated. And I think that it's all rooted in my identity. I'm hated by a certain class in Haiti because colorism or racism, however you want to call it. You know, where's this dark-skinned chick get off? Or some see me as a blanc. Haitian Americans, you know, come after me. I remember a couple of months ago, I tweeted something about the Queen Elizabeth, and I had somebody attack me on Twitter, and I said, well, obviously you don't know my bio, you don't know where I'm from. I was born in the Turks and Caicos. I am a member of the Haitian diaspora, but I'm a member of a different kind of the Haitian diaspora. I'm part of the Haitian diaspora, you know, that's in the Turks and Caicos and that's in the Bahamas. That experience, you know, that's a migration experience. You know, I'm also from the northern part of the country. That's a different experience. And I tell people all the time, I live the Haitian diaspora experience. You know, every couple of months, you know, there's a shop that I go to in Miami and I buy bags of rice and I buy cases of oil, cooking oil, and I find a boat and I send it, you know, in a container because, you know, I dread that moment where a relative of yours dies. You go to Haiti and you spend lavishly for a funeral and the priest calls you out and tells you that you've allowed your relative to, you know, to die of hunger while you were living, you know, in the foreign land. This is what a lot of Haitian Americans, you know, and Haitians in the diaspora, this is what we, you know, this is what we fear. This is our secret fear, right? People read my stuff and they want to put me in a box. They want to pin me some sort of way, but they may have just been coming to my stories. They don't know that, you know, for instance, when, you know, the whole ouster of Aristide, it was the Miami Herald that was breaking the stories about the grand jury investigation of drug trafficking in the Haitian National Police. So I've just come to a point where I've just been like, okay, whatever, you just have to tone it out. But I will say this to you, you know, Oz is right in terms of Haiti, in terms of getting to the facts, but this is where, as a reporter, you really have to do your job. There were two stories that recently I saw in the other mainstream media, and it really annoyed me because I know exactly how that framing happened and how it ended, because a lot of journalists don't have the benefit, right, of speaking Creole, of speaking the language. So you're working with fixers, and your fixers will take a rumor and present it as fact, and then that fact ends up in copy, and then that sentence ends up framing the whole, you know, the whole discussion. And I had a side conversation with somebody about a document, and they said, oh, well, you know, they have a tendency to backdate documents. I said, but do you have the proof? Do you have the proof? If you don't have the proof, you got to go with what you have. You know, you mentioned the same sex. I wrote about that whole debate, but I went and I found the penal code. And I read the penal code, and I talked to experts who had also read the penal code and talked to them about this debate and what the code says, and to sort of better understand, you know, what was fueling this debate. Why did people think that same-sex marriages would be, because again, a lot of people don't know what's in the penal code. They don't know, you know, there was an issue about rape, and they don't understand, you know, the context. Again, I've said it before, the place is very complicated, but you really have to do your homework. You really have to go and talk to people, and talk to people who were in the room, not the people who were outside the door, not the people who thought they heard it, but the people who were like in the room. And then you also have to go and talk to the officials. I mean, it's hard when government officials don't want to talk to you, right?
Will they talk to everybody? No. And
no.
The colorism you're talking about may make it hard for almost when he is in Haiti to get through to those people. Like, they'll talk to you because you're Jackie Charles. Sometimes, depending on who they are, they'll talk to me, depending on whom I'm writing for, the officials and the people who know what they did. They won't always tell me the truth, but sometimes they'll talk to me, sometimes they won't. I've had a lot of experience when, because I speak Creole, people on the street and people around Aristide were very suspicious of me because they thought I must be a CIA agent, because otherwise why would I speak Creole? So the better prepared you are, the more suspect you are. Also, there is that problem in Haiti. But one thing I was thinking as Owens was describing his problems in reporting on Haiti is that Haiti is the first country that sort of has had social media. Even when I got to Haiti, Telejol was this gigantic rumor mill that functioned amazingly well to get out stories, if not truths. And I think that since we've had social media and Donald Trump in the United States, the combination, when we talk about democracy failing in the United States, one of the things that's failing along with it is truth in exactly the form that Owens is describing in Haiti. It's kind of a blur of truth where every truth has a conflicting rumor in social media, fueled maybe by the Republicans or by QAnon or whatever, we don't know. And I think that's what Owens is talking about a little bit in Haiti, where they're really there's no democracy since Jovenel sort of dismantled it, but also there hasn't been a real functioning democracy that can tell you the truth. So Jackie has to go like search down the penal code somewhere. Brilliant genius. And Jonathan, another reporter who in Haiti actually finds out facts, which I can't always say about myself. I sort of report opinion and blur the way opinion and blur are. But, you know, to find out facts, the cholera story was incredible. And yet it was done, and it was done with truth behind it.
Jonathan? No. So I wanted to actually piggyback off of a comment you made, Jonathan, previously on this panel. You talked about, you know, this entire economy around the ICE air lines, which were run by private companies. I'm not talking about that specifically, but I want to go back to the migrant crisis. You know, we talk about, you know, migrants traversing 5,000 to 7,000 plus miles from South America to the United States border. However, there is an entire economy that has been established in, you know, throughout, all starting from Haiti through the Dominican Republic, in Panama, and in almost every country throughout South America and Central America that facilitate this migration process. And I'm sure that many of you in your reporting on this crisis can shed some light on that. And I think it's important for people to understand what is happening during this journey. It's not just that they're, you know, going through the Darien Gap because it's dangerous. There are entire economies that are supported by this wave of migration. So can you guys speak to that based on your own reporting and what you found with your own sources?
Well, coming up from Central America, South America now, I mean, what you have is hotels are being built to accommodate these migrants. There are, you know, they use social media a lot, right? WhatsApp. This is like it's like a modern day Hansel and Gretel kind of a deal. Like they start off on their own, but they may get to a certain border crossing that they're more likely to end up in jail. So, you know, there's a person that you call that they will actually go to the wire transfer place and that will get your money. And of course, it's going to cost you a fee. And then there are, you know, border agents and immigration agents and police officers all throughout this 7,000-mile journey who basically are on the take. They benefit off of this. They can move you around borders and what have you. So that's why it was so interesting in this discussion. It's happening on the part of the U.S. administration when they're saying, oh, we're talking to Mexico for their cooperation, and we're looking to see if Chile or Brazil, you know, could take some of these people back. And by the way, none of these people were sent back to either of those countries. They were basically sent directly to Haiti. But nobody is talking about the economy that is now living off of this migration. And the migration was there before the Haitians got there, by the way. You know, you had Africans who were moving through there and others. But because of the sheer numbers of the Haitians who've been moving in, now people are starting to see it more clearly. But if you're going to really want to tackle this, you're going to really have to deal with that shadow economy that's come up. I just wrote a story last week with Interpol and the Chileans basically, you know, arresting a couple of guys that were part of a ring, and they were smuggling, you know, unaccompanied minors, over 200 kids, you know, getting them there. But I was just thinking, even by writing that, okay, you got these two guys, but there are others out there as well that are prying off of these, you know, off of these immigrants. And I don't think that people are going to so, you know, nicely just let their shadow economy go.
So we have 1 minute left. So if you could keep your intervention short so that we can get to the Q&A, that would be appreciated. Anybody else want to speak to the economy that's formed around this migration in Latin America?
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, Jackie's exactly right. And I mean, it's interesting. And when you sort of zoom out, like it all ends up being part of the same thing, right? It's like you have the fixers and the coyotes, and they're moving people over. And then you've got CPB and ICE, and those people have made careers sort of like capturing these people. And then they're being put into private prisons and camps. And then they're being put onto private planes and flown. And it's like it's like they're all working together. The only people who aren't benefiting from it are obviously the people trying to make better lives for themselves and their families. And I don't want to be sort of conspiratorial about it. I think that, in some cases, these are just sort of everybody's just, their oars are going in the same direction. But in the same way that the DEA and the CIA and the drug dealers and like all of these, different groups were sort of all kind of moving in the same direction together in the ocean throughout the drug crisis and still are. That's also happening with this kind of human trafficking. There are incentives not to break up these networks, especially because, again, if you look at, like a horrendously, corrupt narco state like Honduras, which is one of the main places that people have to go through. It's like, what incentive does the Honduran government have to crack down on this? And if the United States is trying to maintain good relations with Honduras, what incentive does the United States government have? It's, ultimately it's kind of a low cost enterprise for everybody involved, again, except for the migrants.
So I'm going to go to some of the questions in the chat. We have one question on the migrant crisis in the Americas, specifically in Latin America. So I'm going to start with that. The remaining questions seem to all be focused on the crisis in Haiti and developments in Haiti. So this question says, as someone living in Latin America, I would like to know what kind of information is available on the living conditions of Haitian immigrants who are in Latin America. I know it is complicated, but shouldn't we also be looking more at Latin America and the Caribbean as a whole?
I did a piece out of Chile, just the living conditions were horrible. I mean, Haitians were working, 16-hour days, 6 days a week, and they were living in rooms like the size of, closets, and they were paying, huge amounts for their rent. So when we talked about the economy, this was one of the things, that I found. When I talked to migrants who came across, they pointed to the issue with Chile, especially with the COVID pandemic and the fact that a lot of them didn't have legal papers, so they couldn't even go out to work, much less to go to a pharmacy to go get a medication or a grocery store. And in Brazil, where they do have legal residency, the challenge there was the hit that the American dollars has taken. And again, they're working under very, tough circumstances, and the money that they're getting just can't support them or their families back home. So, and in Mexico, people who are at the border, what they told me is what was sort of the not everybody wants to come to the United States. They went with the idea, some of them, I'm going to go to Mexico and I'm going to implant myself here. But what happened was, not being able to find a job, not being able to get legal documents, staying in a hotel where you're paying like $50 a day, the equivalent, and your relatives in the diaspora supporting it. Finally, people are like, they can't eat, they can't survive. And that was the thing that finally pushed them and says, let me make a run to this border, because they told me that the border is open. So it's very difficult. And then of course in Panama, they're in camps. So it's a very difficult circumstances. But again, why you don't want to go back to Haiti? Because you've got gang violence, you have no chance of making $1, no opportunity of getting any money because there are no jobs, there are no opportunities, and survival is even worse than where you are in Latin America.
Does anyone want to chime in? So I have another question. I was going to go through the benign questions, but I realized that Amy will have to leave in 6 minutes. So I'm going to lob this question at you first. And it was actually directed towards Ms. Charles, but I'm opening it up to the panel. Are you going to start covering or writing about the various political parties in Haiti? I'm very interested in Famille Lavalas and their perspectives and solutions to these crises. When they are in power, folks have hope and they don't leave. So it's a comment with a question for me. I'm going to let Amy start because I know that you have to leave in a few minutes.
I'll start. Yeah. I mean, right now, I guess there's more of a focus on PHTK because they're in power and their power has been used poorly, would be a nice word. So, and they're fighting with each other. So that's important because that, to me, it's been a moment of great hope if I may say, since the president was killed. I hate to say that because I don't mean it against him and his family, but there's been a lot of opening and possibility since the assassination, threw everything into disarray. And the fighting within PHTK is very important. I understand the sentiment about Lavalas, and of course I feel it too. But Lavalas has also been very, very complicated for me, Lavalas, and I'm not sure of their motivations anymore either. I don't know, you know, when I first arrived in Haiti, the political parties were juggling for succession after Jean-Claude Duvalier left. And, you know, some of them were just one person, and then some of them were 10 people, and some of them were a little bit more than that. And policies didn't seem to be the thing that was most important. When Aristide came to power, it seemed like maybe it was more important, but that was quickly nipped in the bud, whatever it was going to be. Yes, I agree that there's a feeling, at least in older Haitians of a certain kind, that Famille Lavalas is a good thing and they won't leave Haiti if it's there. But I think the thing to remember, and I'm going to say this only because it's sort of out of the question, but I'm going to say it anyway because I have to leave. I think the thing to remember is that Haiti goes right to the heart of the biggest, oldest historical problem in the United States, which is slavery and race. And that the United States hand is on everything. So Famille Lavalas by itself, I don't know. But if you look at how the United States treats Haiti and how the mainstream media deal with Haiti, you can almost see the undercurrent of racism that inflects every decision and every way of thinking. And it's kind of antebellum down there in the eyes of the Americans in charge. And I think the thing that Haitians need to do most, perhaps, is make a huge push to get the Black community in the United States fired up about what's happening to Haitians in Haiti, and get them to express solidarity with Haiti's attempt literally to reclaim ownership of itself. You know, it is kind of pre-revolutionary almost. And I think it's important to remind Americans that all Black lives matter, not just Black American lives, but the lives of Haitians too, even at Del Rio. I just wanted to get that in because I think it's so important to how the mainstream media covers the story and that it's often forgotten. And since I have to go in approximately 3 minutes. Thanks.
I will say there are like 300 political parties in Haiti. So if I write about one party, I got to start writing about all 300 political parties. And no, I'm not going to do that. I think, you know, when Amy talks about, in fact, PHTK, they are the party that is in power for whatever it's worth, you know. Well, they were the party of President Jovenel Moïse. Now we're seeing that even within there called the Joveneliste, those individuals who are sort of breaking off, and you've had this sort of Jovenel versus Martelly versus, you know, sort of, you know, kind of Lamotte. And again, you know, as much as people think that I work for the Haiti press, I write for the American press. So you have to figure out in terms of how do you put that in context, and what does it say about the present crisis. So in that context, I think the stories what you may see coming from the Miami Herald is why are there 300 political parties in Haiti, and whether or not there is this, you know, it could survive to do less. And what you're seeing, this narrative that's emerged, sort of political parties versus civil society. A lot of what's coming out of members of civil society is that political parties are bad, and we don't need them, but yet you have some potential politicians or candidates in there. So, you know, that's what we are, and for me, at least from my perspective, is looking at. But I'm not going to start writing about all these political parties, some of which are fly by night, and I think is a huge source of the problem in the conflict in Haiti right now.
And it's like 30, so that'd be 30 times more political parties than there are elected officials in the country?
Yeah.
So I'm going to move to the next question, unless anybody else wants to chime in on the question of Famille Lavalas or political parties in Haiti. So this question is, why has the media been so careful around Michel Martelly's connection to the Manzanares drug scandal, as well as the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, where many of the folks named by the police are directly linked to him? Reporters are not necessarily telling it as it is. Can we expect more honesty?
All right, let me just say this. My colleague Jay Weaver and I are the ones who broke the story about the Manzanares, quote unquote, sugar boat. We wrote those stories. We interviewed the 2 whistleblowers that were involved in that case. We talked to a lot of people involving in that case off the record. And this is one of my biggest frustrations with Haiti. And it goes back to the point that Ons Shiri made. You know, Haiti is a country where rumors become facts. And people hear a rumor, they take it as fact. They want to take it to the bank. I have this problem even with people who are close to me, and we are not protecting people. We are not shy or gun shy or afraid to write about people, but you have to come with facts. It's not what you think, it's not what you assume. Being in a room does not make you guilty. You have to truly understand people. Getting a phone call, you know, these are things that don't make you guilty. I know that people in the court of public opinion have a tendency to try people and sentence them, but in the media, we have something called libel and slander. And if you basically present something about somebody and you don't have the proof to back it up, you will end up sued and probably out of business. So people just need to remember this about journalists, you know, especially those of us who are out here and doing this work. You know, we need the proof. And as An said, in Haiti, people, you know, they tell you stories and they're lying straight to your teeth, or there's assumptions, and we know what they say about assuming.
So if no one else is going to interject on that question,
I just want to say, if the person who asked the question has definitive proof of Martelly's direct involvement, I would, you can, JonathanMKatz.com, you can find my contact.
And jcharles at MiamiHerald.com.
Ons, you don't want to plug yourself so you can get the story?
Yeah, sure. Ons at HaitianTimes.com. But one thing I was gonna add is that it's very easy to pick a side when you're covering Haiti. And as a journalist, we can't just pick a side and hate on this side. I mean, journalists do that in Haiti. Just the radio in Haiti, they just here to hate on this side and support that side. But in the States, you can get in real trouble for doing that. Like Jacqueline said, you need proof. You can't just say it because they're paying you to say it. You have to give proof.
So we have another question. As someone who gets a lot of about what is happening in Haiti or issues related to Haiti, I often struggle with these stories at all, and or feel like I'm not capturing the whole picture. Any advice on where to look for quote unquote good information when news stories are breaking?
MiamiHerald.com /Haiti. I mean, look, those of us who consistently cover Haiti, myself, Amélie Baon, you know, Evan Sano with, you know, AP, you know, we are there. We're covering the stories. We hear the rumors. We are, you know, we're talking to people on all sides, and we are doing the best. And not to leave out the Haitian Times, because, you know, Gary does a great job at giving you to, you know, original reporting and just a variety of the stories that are out there. He features some of my stuff. You have to go to trusted sources. You know, I tell people all the time, I'm Haitian, I'm a journalist, but I'm not a Haitian journalist. And the people I'm saying it, they understand what I'm saying by that. And so you have to go to trusted sources, and that's regardless of whatever subjects that you are interested in terms of media. You know, is it objective? Do they talk to everybody? Do they try to cover, you know, and understand what you're reading, the difference between a news piece and an opinion piece. I do not write for the editorial board. I have nothing to do with the editorial opinion pages of the Miami Herald. I love it when people accuse me of being responsible, you know, for it, and I have nothing to do with it. Most of the time, I don't even know it's coming out.
Jonathan, are Ons a reliable source for news on Haiti or issues affecting Haitians? No recommendations? You're not going to self-promote?
HaitianTimes.com.
No self-promotion. Okay, so I have a question about the Petro-Caribe investigation, and an audience member would like to know what's the status of that investigation. And prior to responding, can you just give us a really brief synopsis of what that is? I don't want to assume that people understand or know what the Petro-Caribe investigation is.
So basically, the Court of Auditors in Haiti issued 3 reports on approximately $2 billion in loans that Haiti received from Venezuela's Petrocaribe fund. So Petrocaribe was a fund that Venezuela basically offered to countries in the Caribbean and Central America where they can basically get, oil, fuel, but at this discounted price. And so the money that they got back was things that they were supposed to use for social programs, housing, job creation, but it was money that directly went to governments where, it's not like USAID is sending money to some NGO in Haiti and the government has no say so and no access to it. And so after the 2010 earthquake, it was basically the only funding with a few dollars that they got budget support, but really the largest sum that they received that they had control over. And the reports from the country's Court of Auditors, which is essential, like the GAO in the United States, basically said this money was embezzled, it was stolen. We don't see, what it built, the project that you claim, the road that you say you paid for, it isn't there, wasn't built. This bridge was overpriced.
Or paid for twice.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, or paid for twice, the road.
Exactly, paid for twice. And so what you had was a grassroots movement on the ground in Haiti, really among like younger Haitians that basically says, we want accountability. We want an account of this, after these reports. And the former president, the late president Jovenel Moise, he was one of the people who was cited in this report. Like the day that he went and registered his candidacy, there was money that moved into to his account. He denied the allegations, but it was there in this report. But as all things go in Haiti, whether it's corruption or whether it's a high profile murder, it just stands there. And there was a few movement to a judge to call in some people and to do some interviews, but actually to tell you, we can't even tell you right now what the status of that is. And that is also one of the push that you're finding among people in civil society and saying that there needs to be real accountability. And the ironic thing in this, and Jonathan, you could back me up on this, since in terms of, for an international community that always talks about corruption, how Haiti is so corrupt, they were very silent on the whole Petrocaribe or showing any sort of support for the movement on the ground in terms of accountability, in respect to this money.
And I think the other thing that was a real lost opportunity were, the scale of the protests in Haiti against, against the corruption, against, Côté Cobla, that. I mean, look, it got some coverage, obviously, in the Miami Herald, but like, it did not capture the attention of Americans in the way that, say coverage of the Arab Spring or like other international protest movements did. And it's just, I think there's sort of there's longstanding American biases against protest, against Black people protesting, against, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, it's really telling. There's always so much noise in the wake of a disaster, in the wake of the 2010 earthquake, in the wake of this last one. It's like, oh, it's corruption. We can't give money. We can't give money to the people because it's all going to get, misspent. But then there's this there was this implicit trust, especially of the Martelly government, which of course was a government that the United States played a significant role in elevating. And I don't think those things are contradictory. I mean, I think I should say, like, the reasons for that contradiction are somewhat evident. But it was an incredible missed opportunity, because it was Haitians saying, like, we want accountability, we want to take control of our own government, we want to take control of our own lives, and the foreign press was just sort of like, yeah, and then. And now, I mean, I would be hard pressed to find. I think if you polled, Americans who saw coverage of Del Rio and saw the pictures of the the cowboy CPB, if you ask them, have you ever heard of Petrocaribe or the protests or the anti-corruption movement in Haiti, they would have no idea what you're talking about, and they'll forget it. They'll also forget, like, the pictures of the cowboys in a year. Let
me just say, I realized like Haiti was changing when I was on a street one day in Petroville, and these two homeless guys were actually having a debate about Petrocaribe. I mean, I was just stunned because they were having like a real debate about it, and they knew it, and I said, wow, okay, this was way before the protests. And the
Yeah.
other thing I'll say too is, Jonathan, I keep remembering when the OAS, when Trujillo, who was the US's OAS ambassador to Haiti, and when he went down to Haiti during another difficult period, and this was a period where they could bring out people, and not one of the activists involved in the Petrocaribe challenge was invited to sit down and to talk to him about the issue with the Petrocaribe. And then one of the things the OAS came out and says, oh, how they basically undermined the Court of Auditors, and how the OAS was now going to help Haiti do their own financial investigation of this money, which we have never heard anything else about. So I think there's still an opportunity there, and I'm watching it closely to see in this new era that we are in, if the US and others now say, hey, this is something that really needs to be considered and needs to look at. Otherwise, it will just undermine what little is left of any institution in Haiti.
So we started a minute late because of the prior panel, and so we finished a minute late. So I would like to thank Jonathan, Ons, and Jacqueline, and Amy in absentia for their contribution to this conversation. And I'm going to hand over the mic to Dr. Morrison. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Sola. Thank you, everybody. And before I say a few words, and Lillian, Dr. Menzo, do you have anything that you wanted to add?
No.
Okay, so I really seriously,
floor is yours.
I seriously thank everybody for their great participations today, and I think that we have achieved our objectives, which was first of all to highlight the connections between the migration crisis at the border and the crisis in Haiti, which is the first part of the story. The second part of the story, how the United States foreign policy, US modes of engagement with Haiti, has complicated and generated and complicated, the disintegration of Haiti's institutions, state, and so on and so on. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that we will have many officials from the US government following the conversation here. But this is not enough. We don't want just to have talk. So what we plan to do is to compile most of the recommendations that you have had, we presented here throughout those panels, and into a policy paper that will be validated by most of you, the organizations that are here and also in Haiti, and presented and submitted to the institutions, particularly the powerful institutions that that govern this country, the White House, State Department, and USAID, etc. Now, there are two dimensions in this challenge that we are facing these days. There is the immediate dimension, which is the immediate crisis for us to respond to. But also there is the more structural, historical kind of challenges that we have been facing over time that require a more strategic and sustained fight. And I think that that's what Saint-Ville was referring to at the beginning of the discussion in his panel. And this sustained fight, we have to find ways to see how we leverage institutions we work with in the diaspora, as we are trying to do here, and to see to what extent we can lead, and help support the actions of the diaspora in the United States and other places where the Haitian diaspora flourishes, but also mobilize the taxpayers in the United States, the different communities in the United States around the causes of Haiti, because without any serious push, a kind of convergence of actions, a synergy between these forces, the US government, the Biden administration or a Trump administration, they will continue with the same playbook. And the disaster that is happening in Haiti, the crime against humanity that Saint-Ville mentioned minutes ago, will continue to unfold, and we will be painted as victims while we could take advantage of our capitals in order for us to transform, to address those challenges. So I really sincerely thank all our our supporters, and particularly our sponsors, co-sponsors. I think that at the beginning, we name all of these co-sponsors, and we don't need to go back on this again. But I want to also thank the supporting staff that has helped us realizing this. You have no idea. This thing has been put together in less than 15 days, about 16 days. So it required a huge mobilization of staff at UMIA, a huge commitment from the Global Black Study, a huge mobilization, from Latin American and Caribbean Center of FIU, and of course, in all our co-sponsors, in order for us to be together, to organize the invites and all these things. Now, I have to say kudos to Lillian and Tony. They have been the best of the best to work with. The work of Lillian has been impressive. The story started with Lillian from UMIA, who came to me and said, okay, this is what we could do, in response to the crisis. In the meantime, I was already discussing with Tony on the way INURED can partner with University of Miami in order for us to generate some sort of responses. And then after we brainstorm and work together, and we find out this was the best platform possible that we can offer in terms of our contribution. But this is not just a platform, it's a channel through which we will be contributing to the effort of the Haitian diaspora, to the effort that is being done in Haiti, by civil society organizations, particularly the Montana, Accord, in other kind of civil society accord that are trying to see how they are going to address the crisis today, and how they are going to generate some proposals that are actionable, that can be done. So then we stop the situation that at least we start taking control of the situations under our hand. But the most importantly, while we have been seeing that the U.S. administration has changed after Ambassador Foote has resigned, they have changed. There is a kind of idea that there is a kind of reverse to the past, but we don't know. But we think that that's an excellent opportunity to offer what Haitians have to say, what friends of Haiti have to say, in order for us to advance in our fight. I thank you very much, and I thank all the panelists. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goodbye.